Hold on, let me make sure this thing is, nope, not on stage. All right, here we go.
In North America.
Oh, not that one. Didn't want that one. Didn't want that one just yet. We'll say that one for last. Not on stage. There we go. Now we're on stage.
In charge of hunting down fraud in California.
This executive order in front of you will establish a new task force aimed at rooting out that fraud, returning potentially billions or tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars to the American taxpayer.
And according to the President of the United States, California is 10 times worse than Minnesota.
And California, as they say, is 10 times worse, and other states are
10 times. Sit with that for a second, because I'm about to show you exactly where your money went. And I promise you, you're not going to like the answer. So let's start with Minnesota, because you need to understand the scale before California breaks your brain completely. Minnesota had $19 billion in documented Medicaid fraud. $19 billion. One state, and investigators say they barely scratched the surface. Trump looked into the camera at the Oval Office and said, California is 10 times worse. 10 times $19 billion. I'll let you do the math yourself. Now take your time. I'll wait. All right. We're talking about potentially $190 billion in stolen taxpayer money in one state under one guy, our governor, the same governor who is currently on a book tour, and his security detail is paid for by you and me. By the way, trying to become president of the United States of America. Yeah, that guy. Now, here's where it stops becoming a news story and starts getting personal, because this isn't abstract. This is your money, specific dollars, specific crimes, specific people who get paid while you get cleaned out. Now, let me walk you through the targets, because this task force already has a list, and it's a long one. First stop, fake hospices. And I want you to really hear this one, because when I first heard of it, I thought, no way. There's no way this is real. A state assemblywoman named Ali Meadow teamed up with an investigative outlet called California Courier, and they did something absolutely radical. They showed up. They found a building in Los Angeles, one building, registered inside that single building, 81 hospices.
31% of all hospices and home health companies in the entire United States are registered in Los Angeles County.
81 facilities supposedly caring for dying people, one building. Now, here's the number that's going to break something in your brain. 31% of every single hospice and home health company in the entire United States is registered in Los Angeles County. The whole country, 31%. One county.
Only 2% of aging seniors live in Los Angeles. But we have 31% of all hospice and home health companies.
But only 2% of aging seniors in America live in Los Angeles. It is mathematically impossible, unless, of course, now stay with me, the overwhelming majority of them are completely, totally, shamelessly fake. So Ali Meadow walks in, starts knocking on doors.
This is the building right here behind me that supposedly houses 81 hospice and healthcare companies.
You know what she finds? Out to lunch signs, permanently laminated, sealed to the door. She came back multiple times, multiple weeks. Same sign, nobody ever came back from lunch. One said, working remote due to COVID exposure. One said back in 15 minutes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was like 4 o'clock. And then one of them had a professionally laminated sign sealed to the door, announcing that they had stepped out to lunch. Printed sign closed for lunch. We will return shortly. It seems to be a pretty permanent looking, it's not just a sticky note.
Lunch, I saw working remote due to COVID exposures. I saw lots of an emergency. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I actually went multiple times to these buildings and the signs were never changed or
Right.
moved.
It says
And I love this one. One of the offices in the building turns out to be an auto body repair shop on the second floor of an office building with no cars, no ramps, no lifts, no ability to fix a single vehicle.
in one of the buildings was an auto body repair shop. Now, I'd never seen an auto body repair shop on the second floor of an office building, so I decided to knock on the door and see what they thought of the dozens of hospice offices surrounding theirs. But when I started asking the guy questions, it escalated pretty quickly.
Why are you taking picture? Why are you asking some questions?
Because I'm curious what's going on. There's so many.
But hey, fully registered, fully billing, fully collecting. And when she started asking questions, the guy called 911. Not because she did anything wrong, because in this building, you don't ask questions. That's how this works.
Unless they know that the only revenue stream that they're getting is what they can grift off of you, the taxpayer.
Carl DeMaio nailed it. The only reason you lose your mind when a stranger walks in is if you have no real customers, because your only revenue stream is what you can steal from the taxpayer. CBS News went out independently and confirmed every single thing. Multiple hospices per building. Staff shared across dozens of shell companies. Patients billed as terminally ill. Then, mysteriously, discharged alive? Miraculous recoveries every single time, right after the billing cycle closes. The total documented medical fraud in Los Angeles County last year alone?
There's been $3.5 billion in Medi-Cal fraud just in Los Angeles County. That's one.
Man, this guy. Let's get over to the next one. This is kind of long. Let's get over to the next one. Don't stop there. It does not stop there. What's going on, Jackie Brown? It does not stop there.
City. And it makes me think, we have a lot of cities in the US. It makes me think, how many are involved in a massive amount of fraud? I tune into his videos, man. How many cities do you guys believe is involved in so much fraud?
To Skid Row.
We're gonna hop in the car right now, and then we're gonna get out of the car, and we're gonna go talk to people around here in Skid Row.
They're just waking up this morning, so I think they'll be in good spirits right now.
Awesome. Let's hop in the car, and we're gonna drive around, and we're gonna see what it's like before we get out on the streets. So here on Skid Row, when did this all start happening? About back in the 80s, or has this been kind of recently in these past couple years?
Well, Skid Row's always been here for a long time, since about like the 70s, 80s. But now that they've actually expanded and have more homelessness, so they've actually gone past Skid Row, and they still call it Skid Row. It's just other sections as well. Newsom, he's been governor for a while, and he's been in politics for a long time. He's been trying to do this for 16 years, 17 years, fight homelessness, and he hasn't done anything with it except for spend an exuberant amount of money.
Since Gavin Newsom has been governor of California, over $24 billion has gone unaccounted for that was supposed to go to fighting the homeless crisis. And just recently, LA failed to pass another audit for $2.3 billion that went missing. Some weird things are happening.
So you got the billions in Minnesota, you got the billions in California, and you would expect that number that they're saying in California is probably 3 times the number, just like that 9 billion was 3 times the number in Minnesota, You guys got to think. Greasy Gavin Newsom, he's not fit for president. It's just like in Chicago, where they spoke up against Brandon Johnson and all the fraud that was going on there and all the broken promises that he.
Inside that fire, the fumes we could be breathing very toxic fumes of drugs, fentanyl, anything like that.
All types of stuff is in there for sure. I mean, they should be out saving lives, not saving a fire on a street corner at 11 in the morning. It's not right.
How long have you been living here on Skid Row for?
June 28 will be 2 years.
You've been out here for 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
What keeps you here on Skid Row?
Basically, primarily, I can't afford.
And guys, the reason why Nick Shirley is so good at this job is because he's better than MS, he's better than Fox, he's better than CNN. Yeah, I said Fox because he's on the ground, you know. He's going to these homeless shelters. He's going to these places. He's in the heart of everything that's going down. And that brings me to this next video, guys, where he went, you know, in Congress and he brought this light. He shed light on it. You know, he's speaking up not only for us, but for the people that are actually
Mr. Shirley,
affected.
thank you for your testimony today.
Let's make this big.
And the work that you've done. You know, Americans hear these numbers of the fraud that we have, and you know, whether it's 10,000 or 10 million or 10 billion, sometimes the numbers, you almost become desensitized to it. And so the way that your video was able to show people the fraud sort of in real life actually happening, I think opened a lot of eyes and has helped to catalyze a level of scrutiny that we really should have had before. So you mentioned in your testimony that you think that what you discovered in Minnesota, that this is not isolated to that state, but likely exists in other parts of the country as well, correct?
Correct.
What makes you think that?
Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations, for instance, in Ohio or in Maine or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, I have a particular interest in California, being from that state, and we know that there's been a lot of fraud. There was $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications. Have you gotten any sense, or have you seen any signs there that sort of are similar to what aroused your suspicions in Minnesota?
Yeah, and fraud in California might be worse than the fraud in Minnesota.
What makes you say that?
Well, $24 billion went missing for homelessness. They've been trying to build this train for years, yet there's hardly anything to prove for that. Fires.
Yeah, those are good points. So you look at let's run through a couple of those because I mentioned the areas where we have confirmed fraud, but then you also have these areas where you have so much spending, and then we look at what results from that spending, and there's nothing. So $24 billion in homelessness, and yet the homeless population went up, and a state audit found that they couldn't even figure out where the money went or what the outcomes linked to that spending were. Is that something that is kind of a red flag for you?
Yeah, it's a major red flag, and you don't even have to be smart to be able to know that that's a red flag.
Well,
helicopters, like
There could be literally anything inside that fire. The fumes could be, we could be breathing very toxic fumes of drugs, fentanyl.
All right. Trying to line this thing up here. Still trying to get my stuff, so be patient. Let me pull up something else so you guys can look at that while I line up my documents. Where is it at? Here we go. Yeah, I want to bring this up. We're going to go into shout out to Barry Cunningham. Using your stuff.
Want to protect them from being taken out of the country. Drug dealers, murderers, they're protecting them all. I don't know how people can vote for these people. You know, I see the midterms are close. I don't know what close means, but I don't know how people can vote for them. You take a look, men, they want men to be able to play in women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. Terrible, but that's the way it is. They don't want to give voter ID. They don't want voter ID for elections. They don't want proof of citizenship for elections. And then they get the vote. They do cheat, but I don't know. It's hard to believe they can cheat that much. Just in the past few days, we've seen the horrifying consequences of Democrats' deadly open border extremism. They want open borders, and they want to open the borders again if they have their chance, because they think they're going to get votes by doing that. On Thursday, a precious 18-year-old college student named Sheridan Gorman was shot and killed while she was walking in a park. She was just walking into the park, didn't do anything. The illegal alien monster charged with Sheridan's brutal murder had come illegally from Venezuela and been released into our country by sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. And I don't say that because I think he's fine. He's okay. I don't like him, dislike him. I talk about job performance. That's all I care about, job performance. Worst president in history. And Obama wasn't far behind, by the way. But he was then arrested and released again by Democrat governor, a real slob of a governor, J.B. Pritzker, in the sanctuary city of Chicago, which we could make safe in 2 months, I would say. 2 months if we sent in the group, Tom, right? 2 months would be good. 3 months, very good. 4 or 5 months, it would be great. But they would never call because they don't want to do that. All they have to do is call and ask for a little help. The Democrats in Congress do not care how much American blood they shed in their demented pursuit of open borders. From Sheridan Gorman to Jocelyn Nungary and Laken Riley, their quest to flood our country with illegal aliens has left countless American victims in its wake. They never changed. They see what's happening. They never change. That's what they want. They want to get the votes. With sanctuary and sanctuary cities going at levels that they are, and we've ended a lot. We've done a lot. But for some reason, they love it. It's a sanctuary. You know, sanctuary cities are sanctuary for, it's really a sanctuary for criminals. With Secretary Mullen at DHS, we will continue our record-setting efforts to deport these illegal alien criminals from our country, and we are doing at record levels despite a very unfair court system, a radicalized left court system.
The real tax deadline isn't April 15th, it's January 1st. If you miss it, you hand the IRS another full year of your compounding. Here's how most
others that I'm not too fond of also. And we'll protect. What about baseball? You play baseball? They like wrestling. But I don't think that you would say that his family, and I don't know this for a fact, and I shouldn't say it because I could get myself. Does anybody in your family want men to play in women's sports? I don't think so, Jim, right? I don't think so. I don't think. How would they do? Would they do good wrestling you? They would be in trouble? He said, yes, they'd be in big trouble. It's so crazy. So that would be one. And then we have a few others that we call them the best of Trump. But if you look at transgender mutilization of children, we don't want that. It's the mutilization of children. We don't want that. So generally speaking, I think I can answer that Mark Wayne would be very much in favor. Mom is so incredible. He's going to be a big influence here too. There's nobody more professional, nobody better. There's nobody better as a human being. You know, he looks tough, but he's got a good heart, but not too good. Don't make it too good. I want to support Republicans, and you know, sometimes it's awfully hard to get votes. Yeah, I think 100
election assessment.
People, the military, and I think it's not gone or since. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, you know, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
How do you ensure they won't have a nuclear?
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. What it do, everybody. Welcome everybody. No, we got some competition right now. I think somebody else is going, but let's get to it. All right, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go over some of this information, kind of continue from what we did yesterday. We're gonna give you a case. Right? You know, because my number one thing is dealing with, you know, mortgages, so on and so forth, debt, liabilities, trust, relationships, creditor-debtor situations. So let's get to it. All right, so here's something right here. We're going to start with, I think that's too big. All right, right here. Okay. Let me make sure my screen is sharing. My mic's on. My mic sound right. Check one. All right, so it says, can banks individually create money out of nothing? The Theories and the Empirical Evidence by Richard A. Werner, Center for Banking, Finance, and Sustainable Development, University of Southampton, United Kingdom. All right. So as you see, this is an article available online 16th of September, 2014. Keywords: bank credit, credit creation, financial intermediation, fractional reserve banking, money creation. Now, remember yesterday, was it yesterday? I think maybe yesterday or the day before, can't remember now. But I brought up modern money mechanics and how they spoke on the relationship and what actually money is and so on and so forth, right? Now, in this abstract, it says, this paper presents the first empirical evidence in the history of banking on the question of whether banks can create money out of nothing. The banking crisis has revived interest in this issue, but it had remained unsettled. Three hypotheses are recognized in the literature. According to the financial intermediation theory of banking, banks are merely intermediaries, or like I will say, middleman, brokers, or servicers, like other non-bank financial institutions, collecting deposits that are then lent out. Okay, collecting deposits that are then lent out. So that means that our deposits are being lent out by these banks. Our deposits. According to the financial reserve theory of banking, individual banks are mere financial intermediaries that cannot create money, but collectively they end up creating money through systemic interaction. So this sentence pretty much gave a more definitive meaning of the previous sentence when they were saying the banks are nothing but financial intermediaries. So that interaction systemically is being done by the banks. And it's being done internally. The public is not aware of that, or the people that deposit are not aware of that. At least I know I wasn't. When I was just not paying attention, I wasn't aware of it. Okay. And if I'm not aware of it and I'm talking about it now, I'm pretty sure nobody in this chat was aware of it either, or probably still not aware of it. Okay, so we're right here. A third theory maintains that each individual bank has the power to create money out of nothing, and does so when it extends credit. So that goes back to the previous sentences that the bank cannot, but this is the theory right now. This is all theorizing, that the bank cannot create money. Now, this sentence is saying this is how they're creating money through our deposits, through lending. From our deposits, through lending, they're creating money. Okay, so in parentheses, it says the credit creation theory of banking. So when it extends credit, that's how they create money out of nothing. It does so when it extends credit, in parentheses, the credit creation theory of banking. The question which of the theories is correct has far-reaching implications for reach and policy. Surprisingly, despite the long-standing controversy, until now, no empirical study has tested the theories. This is the contribution of the present paper. An empirical test is conducted where my money is borrowed from a cooperating bank. I'm going to read that again. An empirical test is conducted whereby money is borrowed from a cooperating bank while its internal records, there go that word internal, are being monitored to establish whether in the process of making the loan available to the borrower, the bank transferred these funds from other accounts within or outside the bank, or whether they are newly created. What's going on, Chief I Am? What's going on, Shaq? Appreciate you being here. The bank transfers these funds from other accounts within or outside the bank, or whether they are newly created. This study establishes for the first time empirically that banks individually create money out of nothing. So that means this is 2014. So they're saying that there has been no study ever. Now, the interesting thing about this 2014, this is why I like the date, the year, is because what happened 3 years prior? 2011, Barack Obama bailed out all these banks after they all went pretty much belly up. Okay. The money supply is created as fairy dust by the banks individually out of thin air. That's the abstract. Okay. Now you see 2007, 2008. I've had these things, but I really haven't really read them until the time is right. And I think the time is right. So since the American and European banking crisis, see, a lot of people didn't know that it just wasn't an American banking crisis. Europe had the same banking crisis. They were working together. The role of banks in the economy has increasingly attracted interest within and outside the disciplines of banking, finance, and economics. This interest is well justified. Thanks to the crisis, awareness has risen that the most widely used macroeconomic models and finance theories did not provide an adequate description of crucial features of our economies and financial systems, and most notably, failed to include banks. Wonder why? These bank-less dominant theories are likely to have influenced bank regulators and may thus have contributed to suboptimal bank regulation. Okay. Okay, the literature on whether banks can create money. Much has been written on the role of banks in the economy in the past century and beyond. Often authors have not been concerned with the question of whether banks can create money, as they often simply assume their preferred theory to be true without discussing it directly, let alone in a comparative fashion. Now, everybody that's here, this is nothing created. This is nothing fake. This is a document called International Review of Financial Analysis 36, 2014. Okay. Okay. All right. It's the real deal. Okay. It's the real deal. See, it's got footnotes and everything. So it's the real deal. All right, let's get back to it. The literature on whether banks can create money. This literature review is restricted to authors that have contributed directly and explicitly to the question of whether banks can create money, can create credit and money during time periods when in the author's country's banks issued promissory notes, banknotes, banknotes. That's conversation for another time. That circulated as paper money. Writers would often, as a matter of course, mention, even if only in passing, that banks create or issue money. In England and Wales, the Bank Charter Act of 1844 forbade banks to make any engagement for the payment of money payable to bearer on demand. This ended banknote issuance for most banks in England and Wales, leaving the Bank of England, I guess until 1946 officially private owned, with a monopoly on banknote issuance. Meanwhile, the practice continued in the United States until the 20th century and was in fact expanded with the similarly timed New York Free Banking Act of 1838. Okay, so you're looking at these things that were going on a while back. You had the New York Free Banking Act of 1838. So that U.S. authors will refer to banknote issuance as evidence of the money creation. Evidence of the money creation. Okay, the next page. Function of banks until much later. It's like clarity. Our main interest on this paper is the question where banks that do not issue banknotes are able to create money and credit out of nothing. All right. We're going to go down here. The credit creation theory of banking. Influential early writers that argue that non-issuing banks have the power to individually create money and credit out of nothing wrote mainly in English or German, namely, the review of proponents of the credit creation theory must start with Henry Dunning MacLeod of Trinity College, Cambridge, and barrister at law in the Inner Temple. MacLeod produced an influential opus on banking entitled The Theory and Practice of Banking in 2 volumes. It was published in numerous editions well into the 20th century. Okay. MacLeod unequivocally argued that individual banks create credit and money out of nothing whenever they do what is called lending. Lending. In modern times, private bankers discontinued issuing notes and merely created credits in their customers' favor to be drawn against by checks. These credits are in banking language termed deposits. Credits are deposits. Deposits are credits. That makes who the creditor. All righty. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on. I don't know if anybody is familiar with this Clearfield doctrine, okay? Clearfield doctrine. This is a doctrine. This is right here. This is a case, Clearfield Trust Company versus U.S. 318 U.S. 363 to 371, 1942. This case explains what is now known as the Clearfield Doctrine. This is a 1997 American. This is in 1997 December. It's called the American Bulletin. Let me see if I can blow up just a little bit more. Okay. What does this say? Yeah. All right. Okay. So governments descend to the level of a mere private corporation and take on the characteristics of a mere private citizen, where private corporate, Federal Reserve notes, it's in brackets, but private corporate commercial paper and securities is concerned. For purposes of suit, such corporations and individuals are regarded as entities entirely separate from government. Let me read this again. For purposes of suit, that means if you're going to sue somebody, if you want to sue somebody in court, depending on this situation, what we're dealing with, corporations and such corporations and individuals are regarded as entities entirely separate from government. This is Bank of US versus Planners Bank, 9 Wheaton 22 US. When government entered the world of commerce, now listen to this closely, they are subject to the same burdens as any private firm or corporation. Now, if you was here yesterday, we pretty much went in on this. This is the Clearfield Doctrine. Under the circumstances, if you know this doctrine, or if you get familiar with this doctrine, this is pretty much how you can figure out who you're dealing with. Remember, 27 CFR 7211. Not all crimes are commercial, but there are something called commercial crimes, which gives them leverage, has been given them leverage in order to be able to pretty much commercialize all crimes. On top of that, they're actually utilizing it to put people in involuntary servitude and peonage, aka prison. At the end of the day, when it's done, they are going to say, you are going to pay your debt to society. You're going to pay your debt to society. And when you go in there, you get a DOC number, which is a Department of Correction number, and you're only known by that number. You no longer have a name. On top of that, in there, they have trustees. Everybody in there is bonded. All right. All right, so the Clearfield Trust Company versus United States case, and therefore important patriotic Americans, because it is a public policy decision following after the changes in the legal system in 1938 by the Erie Railroad versus Tompkins case. Make a book note of that. Bookmark that, where earlier decisions of the Supreme Court case based upon public law are not honored in court of legislative nature, created to administer the bankruptcy of the nation in behalf of the corporate government's creditors. Remember what I just showed you in this previous one that I just read, where it says deposits are credits. Credits are deposits. That makes the depositors the creditors. And the banks the borrowers and the debtors. So if they're working any type of commercial enterprise in this matter, what we're dealing with right here, it goes for the same issue. That makes it no contract. That pretty much makes this contract conversation kind of fade off in the wind. Right? Because there's only pretty much one signature. Now they stamp it, right? They stamp it endorsed or whatever right there. So they're actually endorsing it on their end because it's probably endorsed in blank, but they're actually still operating as a trustee or an administrator of an estate trust or trust estate in that form of fashion. All right. Now let's go over to the next part. Now, this is the United States Bankruptcy Court for Eastern District of Texas, Plano Division. Here you go. There's a case number. There's an adversary proceeding. And a lot of people, a lot of people that file bankruptcy really don't file it correctly. If you ever file bankruptcy, which is not a bad thing to do if you know what you're doing, you always challenge the debt. This is something between creditors and debtors, right? You always challenge the debt, you always dispute it, and you always create an adversary proceeding. As soon as you petition into a chapter in bankruptcy, you also then can file an adversary proceeding, and you have a bankruptcy trustee that they put on you. But then they run this game. You got to be careful about it. They run this game talking about, no, the bankruptcy trustee is only the bankruptcy over the estate. Okay, well, whose estate is it? Now, let's check this out. Okay, this is plaintiff's memorandum of law. This is plaintiff's memorandum of law on credit loans and void contracts. To the Honorable Judge of said court, the memorandum with authorities, laws, and cases in support will establish the following facts. Now, just take this in consideration, right? Because now it's more and more we talk about, it's going to make sense. More and more I share with this to you, it's going to make sense. Because if you try to jump over, this is where a lot of people get in a bad position. Once you jump over the fact that the fact of what the relationship is, you don't know where you at. So they could just lead you wherever they want to lead you. But if you understand the bottom line of what the relationship is, then you'll be able to make better sense and then gain some control. 1, defendant and privately owned banks are making loans of credit with the intended purpose of creating credit as money. Number 2, other financial institutions and individuals may launder bank credit that they receive directly or indirectly from privately owned banks. This collective activity is unconstitutional, unlawful, in violation of common law, U.S. Code, and the principles of equity. Number 4, such activity and underlying contracts have long been held void by state courts, federal courts, and U.S. Supreme Court. History of money and banking. The Goldsmiths. In his book, Money and Banking, 8th edition, Professor David R. Commercian writes on pages 56 through 63, the first bankers in the modern sense were the goldsmiths, who frequently accepted bullion and coins for storage. One result was that the goldsmiths temporarily could lend part of the gold left with them. These loans of their customers' gold were soon replaced by a revolutionary technique. When people brought in gold, the goldsmith gave them notes, promising to pay that amount of gold on demand. The notes first made payable to the order of the individual were later changed to bearer obligations. The previous form, a note payable to the order of pairees, will be paid to no one else unless Reeves had first endorsed the note. But notes were soon being used in an unforeseen way. The note holders found that when they wanted to buy something, they could use the note itself in payment more conveniently and let the other person go after the gold, which the person rarely did. Okay? All right. Modern money and banking. Creating how banks create money. All right. In the modern sense, banks create money by creating demand deposits. Demand deposits are merely book entries that reflect how much lawful money the bank owes its customers. Thus, all deposits are called demand deposits and are the bank's liabilities. Okay? The bank's assets are the vault cash plus all the IOUs or promissory notes that borrowers sign when they borrow either money or credit. When a bank lends its cash, legal money, it loans its assets. But when a bank lends credits, it lends its liabilities. The lending of credit is therefore the exact opposite of the lending of cash. All right. Right here. The term money and tender had their origins in Article 1, Section 8 and Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution of the United States. Title 12 USC 152 refers to gold and silver coin as lawful money of the United States and was repealed in 1994. The term legal tender was originally cited in 31 USCA 392 and is now recodified in 31 USCA 5103 that states United States coins and currency are legal tender for all debts, public charges, taxes, and dues. The common denominator in both lawful money and legal tender money is that both are issued by the United States government. All right. Now, we're going to go to this one. This is the public trust. Who has the burden of proof? Okay, so this is Honolulu, Hawaii, Paul Johnson, Parks and Niles. Right? This is a firm. 1996. All right. We're going to get into that later. We have the doctrine of impossibility. You have a lot of doctrines here. I'm just showing you these doctrines. We're going to get into these. I don't want to go too deep in it. I don't want to put y'all to sleep. Already people was put to sleep. They already left. So we're going to go right here. This is HJR 192. Spin the gold standard. Yep. We put that in the freezer. And joint resolution suspend the gold standard and abrogate the gold clause. This is HJR 192. Here it is, right here. Whereas the existing emergency has disclosed that provisions of obligations which purport to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency of the United States or in an amount of money of the United States measured thereby. Obstruct the power of Congress to regulate the value of money of the United States and are inconsistent with the declared policy of the Congress to maintain at all times the equal power of every dollar, coin, or issued by the United States in the markets and in payment of debts. Now, there it be resolved. Every provision contained in or made with respect to any obligation which purports to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency or in an amount of money of the United States measured thereby is declared to be against public policy. So right here, this is what they're saying. With respect to any obligation which purports to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency or in an amount of money of the United States measured thereby is declared to be against public policy. When they say measured, this is where they're talking about weighted gold and silver or any coin that has to be weighed. They're not talking about dollar bills. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that right there, yeah, put it in this one. Yeah, but that but that is what it's saying. Now it says right here, every obligation heretofore hereafter incurred, whether or not any such provision is contained therein or made with respect thereto, shall be discharged upon payment, dollar for dollar, in any such coin or currency which at the time is legal tender for public and private debts. Any such provision contained in any law authorizing obligations to be issued by or under the authority of the United States is hereby repealed. But the repeal of any such provision shall not invalidate any other provision or authority contained in such law. B, as used in the resolution, the term obligation means an obligation including every obligation of and to the United States, except in currency. Payable in money of the United States, and the term coin or currency means coin or currency of the United States, including Federal Reserve notes and circulating notes of Federal Reserve banks and national banking associations. Did you guys understand what that said? That said that including every obligation of the United States and to the United States. Section 2. Nope, we don't need to read that. We can read this, though. All coins and currencies of the United States, including Federal Reserve notes, blah, 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 hereunto and hereafter coined or issued shall be legal tender for all debts for public and private public charges, taxes, duties, and dues, except gold coins, when below the standard weight and limit of tolerance provided by law for the single piece, shall be legal tender only at valuation in proportion to their actual weight. No more gold payments. All right. Now, this is the case, right? This is a case right here. This case right here. First National Bank of Montgomery, plaintiff versus Jerome Daly, defendant. This is findings of facts, conclusion of law, and judgment. The above entitled action came on before the court January 26, 1969. pursuant to motion and notice of motion in order to show cause, a true and correct copy of which is attached hereto as page 13A. An action for the recovery or possession of real property was brought before this court. And you can find all this stuff online easy. Just search. For trial on December 7, 1968, 10 a.m. by jury. A true and correct copy of the judgment decree entered by January 6, 1969. This court filed a notice of refusal to allow appeal with the clerk of the district court, Hugo L. Hentges, for the county of Scott and state of Minnesota, which is attached here too as pages 18, 19, and 20. Minnesota statutes annotated 53.2.38 require that the appellant First National Bank of Montgomery deposit with the clerk of the district court within 10 days, $2. Lawful money of the United States, in parentheses, for payment to the justice of the peace before whom the cause was tried. This is one of the conditions for allowance of an appeal. 2 $1 Federal Reserve notes were deposited with the clerk of the district court. One was issued by Federal Reserve Bank of something something, bearing serial number something something, and the other on deposit was issued by the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, bearing serial number something something. A specimen for illustrated purpose is as follows, and that's what they look like at that time. The court determined that said notes on their face were contrary to Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Remember, I kept saying, when we up here, we're talking, we're sharing, and I'm presenting, I'm telling you, Article 1, Section 10. Gold, payments. This is 1969, 1968, 69. Right? Remember what happened in 1968. Remember what happened in 1965. Remember what happened in 1963. Right? Gold coins were still in circulation up until 1965 and really up until 1969. A lot of this stuff had changed. This case right here is paramount. This changed everything in courts. This case right here is something you need to get. You need to get a certified copy and an exemplified copy of this order, this judgment. Full faith and credit. Okay, so let's start over again. Remember, the attorney had to file $2 for his appeal in 1969. Can you believe that? $2? $2 for his appeal. So he deposited 2 Federal Reserve notes that had a 1 on it that was considered to be equal to $1. But this court said, the court determined that said notes on their face were contrary to Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. And also, based upon the evidence deduced at the hearing on December 7, 1968, the notes were without any lawful consideration and therefore were void. See, there was action showing this because there's action out there, but it's just being suppressed. This is a Supreme Court decision in Minnesota. This is a Minnesota Supreme Court decision. I bet you didn't know that was there, huh, Chief I Am? This is in your state. So how are these entities and how are these courts continuing to do these things and have judgments, give judgments, give writs and all these orders based on this, right? Based on it being contrary to this right here. Impossible. but it's being done. Now, let's go. However, this court indicated it will give the plaintiff, First National Bank of Montgomery, a full and complete hearing with reference to this issue. No hearing was requested, and this court was ordered to show cause before the district court as to why the appeal should not be allowed. Therefore, this court ordered a hearing before this court on January 22nd, 1969, for the purpose of making findings in fact and conclusions of law. Pursuant thereto, the above entitled action came on for hearing before this court on January 1969. The First National Bank of Montgomery made no appearance, although service of the motion and order was served upon Ralph Hendrickson, its cashier, on January 1969. No continuance was requested by plaintiff or its attorney. The defendant appeared by and on behalf of himself. Okay? Findings of fact, conclusions of law, judgment and determination. 1, that the Federal Reserve Banking Corporation is a United States corporation with 12 banks throughout. So it's saying it's a United States corporation. That's what the Federal Reserve Banking Corporation is, a United States corporation. It's not a part of the government. That's number 1. The United States, including New York, Minneapolis, and San Francisco. That the First National Bank of Montgomery is also a United States corporation, incorporated and existing under the laws of the United States, and is a member of the Federal Reserve System. You see how it's being tied. See, back in 1960s, 68, 69, you see how basic and common the language was? Simple to understand and follow. They're explaining how this is working, how the banks are members of the Federal Reserve System. Nobody knew that. Everybody thought the Federal Reserve was government. Nobody knew that these banks were signed up as members of the Federal Reserve in order to be able to utilize the system of credit and debt. All right. And more specifically of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Number 2, that because of the interlocking activities, transactions, and practices, the Federal Reserve banks and the national banks are for all practical purpose in the law one and the same bank. I'm going to read that again. For that, because of the interlocking activity, transactions, and practices, the Federal Reserve banks and the national banks are for all practical purposes in the law one and the same. Now, you guys didn't hear me, but I stated multiple times and on occasions in different spaces that I call them the 4 horsemen. The national associations, U.S. Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, J.P. Morgan, those national association banks are members and are the creations of the Federal Reserve. Okay? As is evidence from the book, The Federal Reserve System, its purpose and functions put out by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Washington, D.C., 1963, and from other evidence adduced herein, the said Federal Reserve banks and national banks create money and credit upon their books. Got that? Need to snapshot that? As is evidence from the book, the Federal Reserve System, its purpose and functions, put out by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, because that what controls or runs the Federal Reserve System is a Board of Governors. And this is in Washington, D.C., 1963. and from other evidence adduced herein, the said Federal Reserve banks and national banks create money and credit upon their books and exercise the ultimate prerogative of expanding and reducing the supply of money or credit in the United States. This is why gas was just $3 and something, and now it's $6 and something. People think it's this, oh, it's because they fighting the war and all that stuff. No. No. The creation of this money or credit constitutes the creation of fiat money upon the books of these banks. The creation of this money or credit constitutes the creation of fiat money upon the books of these banks. Right here, the first time that the money comes into existence is when they create it on their bank books by bookkeeping entry. You're just going to type it up. Yep. There goes $100 million right there. Bingo. Let's hit return. Next. Can't believe it, huh? This is crazy, ain't it? It's crazy. The bank's created out of nothing. No substantial funds of gold or silver is back of it or any fund at all. The Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis obtains Federal Reserve notes in denominations of $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, $100, $500, $1,000, $10,000, and $100,000 for the cost of printing of each note, which is less than 1 cent. And did you guys know they actually, back in the day, they printed out $10,000 bills, $10,000 bills, $100,000 bills too? Did you know that? Well, now you know. The Federal Reserve Bank, right? We're going to go up and read the one that's not. The Federal Reserve Bank must deposit with the Treasury of the United States a like amount of bonds for the notes it receives. They're giving you the function of this thing. This is what they're doing with your, deposit. Remember how we started? Deposit. The bonds are without lawful consideration, as the Federal Reserve Bank created the money and credit upon the books by which they acquired the bond. The net effect of the entire transaction is that the Federal Reserve Bank obtains Federal Reserve notes not comparable to the ones they placed on file with the clerk of the district court, and a specimen which is above for the cost of printing only. Title 31, Section 462, attempts to make Federal Reserve notes a legal tender for all debts, public and private, from 1913 down to date. The Federal Reserve banks and the national banks are privately owned. As of March 18, all gold backing is removed from the said Federal Reserve's notes. No gold or silver back up these notes. Now, let me take a deep breath. Y'all take a deep breath too. I know this is something. This is something. This is something. Yeah, I'm gonna make this. Yeah, this is gonna be short. I'm gonna bring y'all up. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Y'all come on up here. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna jump around while we do some things. I'm still gonna read, but I'm gonna bring you guys up here because, like I said, it's my Earth Day, my solar return. I'm gonna keep it brief. I got people over here, but I told them this is what I do. On my day, I give to the people. I buy gifts. And I'm still going to teach. This is what I'm here to do. So we're going to get on this real quick. I'm going to have a drink of water. Let me put this thing in the chat. Y'all come on up here and let's get it in. Bam. Let me put it also in the, let me pin it. Where's my, there it is. Let me pin it. Y'all hit that like button, repost it. And let me go ahead and pin it to the top. All right, it's pinned to the top. I'm going to put on some music real quick. We're going to take a quick break, all right? We'll take a quick break. Oh, shoot. Here we go.
Why you keep going outside for?
What's going on? What's going on? All right. Bring this back thing, bring this thing back up here. Hit the panel. You're going to hit the panel. There we go. Hit the panel. Let's get it in. Where you at, None? None was here earlier. Cause it's head-on collision. You know it. I know it. Ooh-wee. Did you know about this case, Chief I.M.? This Minnesota case?
Come on, man. You know I'm in the land of 10,000 lakes, brother. The land of many waters, man. You know? Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, absolutely. That's hard body, though. Hey, I heard it's your, is it your day today?
Yeah, it is.
Congratulations, man. What is you, like 75 with all the wisdom you got?
Something like that. Flip the numbers. I like that number though. I like 75. I like that number. Two numbers.
Congratulations, man. That's a
you know what that adds up to.
Yeah, that's a milestone to get to, brother. You far ahead of me.
Hey, look. Hey, see now, Naughty. How you doing, brother? Yeah, that's why I always have this argument all the time for this portion of the thing, because I know that there's case law out here that has actually been adjudicated, ordered, precedented up. Hey, it's right here. What is going on, Nadia? What is going on? I want Nadia to start off first. I want to know if this case is precedented and other things that I read too as well. What is going on? Why aren't these banks? Why is the media? Why is everybody promoting all these things that has already been ruled by Supreme Court to the opposite? I'm muting up. I guess he ain't ready. Chief I Am, you got the floor.
That's what I was saying yesterday, man. This is exactly what I was saying yesterday. How do you enforce this? How do you enforce these things when you're dealing with the synagogue of Satan? You know what I mean? They let their like kinds and their fellows utilize these mechanisms, but we can clearly see that it's fiat money, right? It's clearly stated, but when you're trying to redeem it for lawful currency, they don't allow you to redeem it. They don't let you do these things. You know, $1 should have the equivalent to an ounce of gold. If you're really thinking about it, $1 should have the equivalency to 1 ounce of gold, and an ounce of gold is being the spot price on gold right now is $5,700, I believe. Spot price. So, I mean, in my opinion, we're looking at the potential of a righteous system that's being ran by wicked actors. So, and this is what when we were on the phone earlier, I was saying, you know, when you get in that 97-280, you have like the equity courts, you have common law courts, which are all righteous, but then you got this bullshit called color of law.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Now, if the nation was being ran righteously under the common law and the equitable sides of the court, then I don't think that the people would be as pissed off as they are. But this is nothing new. Matter of fact, I was going to tell you the book of Nehemiah goes into how the same group of people were putting mortgages on the children of Israel. This is 1,000 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
And a mortgage is a debt instrument. It's a dead man's pledge. It's impossible to pay that motherfucker off. You know what I mean? You're most likely gonna die before you pay it off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I ain't gonna even add on to that. Exactly. Leave it as it is. Now I got the 9730. I got the 97-280 up.
Right.
Just so I can just show people what you're talking about. And this is why when we up here talking, we're not just talking out the side of our neck, you know what I mean? Like, we're gonna show you that this stuff is black letter. Like this is engraved. These are things that are happening, and it's something consciously being done. This is what we call willful intent. It's willful intent. Hit the panel, Shaq.
Malicious intent.
Hit the panel, big dog. Come up for a minute. You got some time. Yeah, it's willful. Now, under the circumstances, this shit. I mean, when I saw this case, I was like, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Like, this is
mic check.
Mic check. This is plain language. Yep, we hear you now.
Mic check.
We hear you.
You know what? Yo.
We hear you.
Man.
We hear you.
But as soon as you get baptized, watch. Mic check.
Hey,
mic check.
Ron, come off the mute. Chief I am, come off the
3,
mute.
2, 1. Mic check.
Can't hear you.
Mic check.
Mic check.
What happened? I can't hear, man.
No.
What's going on with these people in there?
No, we can't hear you.
Ethan, happy Earth Strong, big man. Let me see what's going on.
Appreciate you. Let me put it in the channel. All right, Darvish. All right, all right, so let's go back and look over this stuff, right? So we got to break this stuff down. Now, if Chief I am, if this is saying, right? If this is saying, we're just gonna go up a little bit. Right. Let's start from right here. So the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, we don't need to read that. Okay, so the bonds are without lawful consideration as the Federal Reserve Bank created the money and credit upon the books by which they acquired. Now, what will be an example? It says the bonds are without lawful consideration. Where first he's talking in previous up at the top, he's saying denominations. These are supposed to be notes and Federal Reserve notes or whatever. But why is he mentioning bonds? So he's saying that these notes are bonds as well, or what? What is he actually saying?
Yeah, well, a bond is a promise to pay, right?
Right.
So Federal Reserve notes are also promises to pay.
Gotcha. All right. Makes sense. All right.
They was from the start.
I think they're giving you the denominations because they're telling you none of that shit is real.
Gotcha.
None of it. Doesn't matter if it's a 5, 10, a 20, a 50, or 100. Now think about this, the maliciousness of these people. Our people are killing each other over this fake money.
I know. That's the cool thing about it.
Each other.
That's the cool thing about it. We're gonna bring up.
That's a civil war. We're in a civil dispute. That's all civil. That's why being black is criminal.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I agree with that. All right, but just don't leave it there though. What's up? Give me some texture.
So, like the Civil War, we still fighting the Civil War. It's all legal now. You know what I'm saying? So it's domestic disputes, all that's civil. If you don't rectify what y'all fighting for, it's still to be civil. So they gave us a way to rectify the issues, but we don't even look into it, or we don't come as a unified group to even approach issues.
Right.
So we like black. So that's a criminal. Like if we don't organize and approach stuff like it's supposed to be approached, that's a criminal act. More texture.
Nah, that's good enough. No,
All right.
I figure it. Yeah. All right, you good? Come off the mic now. You see if you're good. Mic check us. I'm going to get consideration. Let's see what consideration is.
Who is making them consider the law? Of course, these foreigners ain't out here trying to have them consider the law.
Well, this is how you know that these opinions and these judgments that these people are giving pretty much no weight.
Well, yeah, that's now that we're only dealing with administrative law judges. That's
right.
all we're dealing with. These are not judges. They are acting under color. All this shit is fake, man.
Even the Supreme Court.
Man, that shit
They're clerks, bro. That's all they are, clerks, unless they're elected. Even the Supreme Court, because they're not elected. They're chosen by the president. They're placed. So they can hold up the administrative section by executive order. So the executive is gonna be moving on financial. Oh, by the way, I don't think you heard me Aton earlier. Happy Earth, strong guy.
Oh yeah, I heard you. Appreciate it,
Oh,
brother.
okay. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with my line, but yeah, um, they're acting as the president is like a business CEO. He's the CEO of the business. So he has his security guards and him have him financial sector, him having different sectors for his organization to operate. And these codes and regulations and them things, that's what that is. You- We keep identifying foreign this and foreign that, but all of them is under the structure of the United States. So during World War II now, when Hitler came in, what happens? What happens when you defeat an enemy? When you
What
defeat
happened?
an enemy, they lose their territories, right?
They lose their territories. Yep.
Okay, that happened with Haiti. That's how Haiti end up being the French and end up speaking as they own Louisiana because it was a territory of the French at that time when they go and beat the French. You understand? You lose all your shit. Hitler did it when he went over there and destroyed up in Europe with Hitler and Turkey. They had to pull
What they
America
got to
in the
do with
war
that?
just to try to win the war. And the deal was Israel and Palestine was going to go over to the Europeans and they were going to do what they wanted to do with them because of they wanted it to coincide with their script, their biblical script. So they placed it in that territory to be in coherence with the biblical script, which is based off their law is based off of. So it has to run in concurrency. All right. So the judges are clerks. They're just administrators. You're dealing in the wrong venue. And when we look at, go back to this, foreigners, all the United States is foreign. It's not from this land.
You're not getting no argument out of me. Now, let me
So
ask you
Yeah,
this,
foreign
Nadi.
entities.
yeah,
Let me ask
Foreign
you this, buddy.
entities.
Let me ask you this, yeah, Nadi.
yes, sir.
So basically, what you're talking about in this structure, dealing with a CEO and so on and so forth, this couldn't be considered to be a sovereign government or a sovereign entity. Couldn't be sovereign. Corporations aren't sovereign, are they?
How how are you going to be sovereign when you got a holder of your charter?
Okay.
Tell me, how is you sovereign?
Yeah.
When you have to get approval from other nations to be identified as a nation, how are you sovereign?
Exactly. Exactly.
A nation in itself is just a political term, political meaning business, commerce.
So that supremacy clause
So,
and everything, they pretty much walking around that shit.
so,
They
so
stand on it.
let me go back before I forget this
It's
foreigner
a
thing.
supreme authority.
So when Hitler went over there and ran over Europe, they lost all their property rights everywhere. Everything that was structured up under them. It was over 172 countries up under Europe when Hitler went over there and fucked them up, took all their shit.
Right.
Now the United States came in with the tariff, the North Pacific or North Atlantic Agreement,
Mm-hmm.
and created these de facto nations. They're not really nations, they're nations built off of the tariff identification to replace them under a commerce identity with trade through the US.
They're corporate nation states.
That's it. They de facto. They're not. They got exiled out of their land. Once you exile, you gone. You can't come back.
So this is hence the
Yeah, they
term.
are slaves.
So hence the term, we are a nation of immigrants. Is that
Yes.
okay.
For the U.S.
Yes, the
is
US.
a nation of immigrant. Yes.
Mm. So actually what's actually taking place on this land is a refugee camp.
Yeah, prisoners of war. Niggas is prisoners of war. They was taking prisoners on their own land.
Well. In that fact, though, yes. But on the other side of the coin, when you're in sight of the United States, it's gonna be foreigners in operation of commerce. They can't own a goddamn thing. They can
So it's
never.
gonna be a foreign interpretation, and we going by a foreign interpretation.
Well, look. This is the crazy part
It's
about
all
it is this.
about. It's all about the labels, the symbols, bro. We're rocking their symbols,
Well,
from the
even
fruit of balloon to the goddamn Jordans.
This nigga
but
with his little balloons, bro.
hold on. Let's take it another level. They don't actually own the land. They just control the fixtures upon the land, according to the
They
Uniform
can't
Commercial Code.
own nothing on the land. Only
Yeah, they
thing,
can only
right, fixtures, things that they build from the concrete. If you got
exactly.
if you got a solid land, or what would they say, what's the other term for that property?
A loyal title or aboriginal title.
No. If your land is just a plot of land without any development, you can't get a loan on it from a bank. You must build. You must build a concrete slab, which is trademark. You got to represent that entity's material for the entity to come in and oversee it and construct it and claim it to be theirs. Now that whatever they claim to be theirs has the right to cure and maintenance, cure and maintenance.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right,
So
right.
um you get the amenities of the US, what they allow up to a certain point of representation. So whatever level of representation you on within their system is what amenities you're that much more amenities you are allowed to. So if you just a citizen, you're allowed with food stamps and if you are a woman out of wedlock, some child assistance and woo, 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 woo. If you're a business, you're gonna be able to get certain attributes. If you're a corporate S corp, certain attributes. 501 is what status you're playing on.
What if you're a tribal government enterprise?
If you're a tribal government enterprise, the majority, 99.999% of your thing, besides that 0.1% of you paying your affiliates, you would be doing things on a free given thing. It wouldn't be no charge for nothing. You would be going out, actually creating. If you're trying to separate yourself from that system, but anytime you deal in trade, bro, with their label, their trademark, you're placing yourself in that trap again. We're not
Well,
rocking our own shit. We're
well,
not representing ourselves.
the question would be with a tribal government enterprise, I would say that the enterprise, right? How was that established? Right? Because if you
You're gonna
went to
be
the IRS and got a EIN number for enterprise, then
yeah.
you're part of
You're
the
part of the game, right? So watch it. Either way it go, if you're
You
deemed
was
in that
born in the game.
if you're deemed in that game for manipulation in some type of product or financial gain in any kind of way, you're part of that umbrella. You're under that umbrella of the United States, who control all commerce through the UCC. There's no way you're gonna get around it. Even if you create your own shit and want to hold your own shit to your identity, you still got to get a trademark under their identity, under their recognition. And that trademark is going to, in turn, be a part of that establishment.
Yeah, but
Ain't no
but
buts. It's
that
going to be
well,
that.
right, but it defeats the purpose. That's the but. It defeats the purpose because we're dealing with a nation of immigrants that are pretty much just squatting, but now have the system in order where we're subject to that with no other possibilities and ways. And this is why I always have a problem. This is why I always ask. You telling me there's no other way to get it done?
If you dealing in any type of commerce on this land, you're deemed as a foreigner. This land is a free land. It had no attachments ever compelled inside of a commercial entity or identity or commercial. It's always been that. It's always gonna be that. That's why they only have authority for shit that they establish over on top of the land. Their businesses, their their corporations.
I like that.
Operating fraud and bogus. They fraudulent though. You talking about a fraudulent nation? Come over here, squat on our land, and we don't have no remedy. That's what you said. Because we want to do commerce with these people.
That's what it sounds like he's saying, right? That's what it's
Nah. I said
Yeah,
there is a remedy, right?
No. The problem is that you niggas want to do commerce,
Yep.
and commerce can only be done through licenses, right? If we go to Black's Law Dictionary and we look up the word license, it means permission to do something that is otherwise unlawful, right? So it's unlawful for you to claim land. Hold on, let me get it off. It's unlawful for you to claim land and for the natural resources that are given by the creator, for you to claim those, turn those into a product, and sell it to the people. That is unlawful. This is why you need a license to do it.
Yep. That's
I'll
unlawful.
give you another example. You're a car manufacturer. You have the greatest mind. You know how to create a car. You find a parcel of land. You take the resources out of the land. You create the parts of the cars, right? Because the car has 1,000 parts to it. The wheels are made out of rubber. The seats are made out of oil. You know what I mean? Certain parts of it are made out of plastic. Then you want to turn that into a product and sell that to the people. Well, you got to get a license to do that. Everything they're doing over here requires a license because it's unlawful. You don't own shit according to the Most High.
Right.
You don't own nothing.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. So
Okay.
Yeah, but everything is under your authority.
No, you're the steward.
According to the Most
You are
High.
a steward. You're a steward.
The authority is going to be the regulations, and the authority is going to be the security and the assurance of the product. That's going to be where the authority come in, or the overseer come in.
All right.
Yeah,
So
and that's already been taken in consideration through commerce. So you
right.
saying don't do commerce, create your own way of doing business and approach commerce
Right.
and try to
Approach
That's why
connect
commerce.
all these foreigners doing
I'm
to
saying,
something that they don't even have no understanding of and conduct business that way.
I'm saying, approach commerce and business contractually. This is the mindset you have to be on in every avenue. You have this right, bro. You have the right to create your own contracts, but you got to be in a setting where you, in your representation, can do that. Long
man.
as you
I've
go
studied
ahead.
this thing, man. Once you start pulling shit out of the Most High's land and you start selling shit, nigga, you're no longer under the authority of the Creator. Now you're under the authority of the state.
All right. So
Interstate Commerce Clause. That's why it's called interstate, right? If you try to come in and you say, well, okay, I'm coming in with my own contract. Well, think about what we were talking about yesterday, that the office of
Declaration, brother. It's not coming in with your own declaration. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You can have your own declaration, but what I'm saying is, if within your declaration it involves you operating in commerce, your declaration is trash. In my opinion.
What should we operate in according to you?
I don't think you should be doing commerce. If you go back further enough, what were our people doing? We were bartering.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't doing
So where's that bartering system? How will we connect commerce to bartering?
There is no connection. It's two different subject matters.
So we're gonna let some foreigners operate separate from what we got going on.
That's why you think we can't catch up. This shit ain't even natural to us. We trying to do some shit that they do.
Well, we try to reinvent the wheel, and our ancestors invented all this stuff, and now these foreigners then took over all the industries. Now you saying avoid all that and create our own stuff.
No, what I'm saying is that you can do whatever you want to do, but the word license is specific, right? If you look up the word license, it means permission to do something that is otherwise unlawful. You got something called legal, you have something called lawful. The United States operates legally. They do not operate lawfully.
So what Chief I Am is saying might be wrong, but what he's saying is you can do whatever you want. You just got to know the consequences, right? Repercussions of what comes with it and know what to do, in conducting that commerce.
That's a lot.
Like, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming into a game that's already rigged. You know what I mean? Like, it's a colorable game.
And we the major players of the game. Our whole game is evolved around us.
Yeah, because we're the merchandise, right? We're the capital. We're not capitalists. We're the capital, right? Would you agree with that, brother?
Yes, sir.
Trump just told y'all ass that he was bonding and reimbursing all the birth certificates from 2013 all the way to 2035. And then he turned around and said right now that fuck the Lloyds and goddamn Lloyds of London. They have an NFA or what is it called? What is it? Damn.
The Lords of London, they're insurance
No,
brokers, right?
yeah, but America now is the United States is insurance broker. They went back. This shit's so goddamn cold, boy.
God,
Trump brought the United States back the way it was originally a surety and guarantee company. He did that.
yeah,
That's
he
what
did.
it was back in 16 something.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah, he did
Yeah,
that.
we got to think ahead. We can't be thinking in the past.
You say what? Not
We
you.
gotta think ahead. We can't be thinking in the past. Like that experiment, that DEI experiment from like 1965 to now just ended. Now it's a whole new era.
No. Okay, so Trump just opened up right now. The place where Lloyd's in London used to be. America is there now. With the United States is there now with a new branch of operations called it NFAs, I think. NFA. It's an insurance for all trade east of the Hamas junction. I mean west of the Hamas junction. China is the runner of all trade, insurance of all trade west of the Hamas um, 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 uh, channel. So
But
it's a split. Now they're back to being insurance and guarantee, or surety and guarantee companies for all trade. The Silk Road has opened back up, bro.
no, the Silk Road is expanded. They are doing like crazy things.
It's opened back up. Remember now, it was switching back and forth from America and China over the centuries, over thousands and thousands of years. It was switching back and forth, the Silk Road. Now the Silk Road has been split between the two. There's the double-headed dragon. It has been split between the two countries now to run the world west and east. And they spin it down through Hamas channel.
See, this is my
And
thing,
they
Nadi.
shut down the Strait of Hormuz, where they ain't letting no ships really go through there. So
Nadi,
Europe
there's
is shut
28.
down.
There's 28 tankers inside of the strait right now, stuck, and they can't even get out.
Nah,
Yes, look it up.
Iran done came and gave up like 2 days ago, bro. Shit going on now is some propaganda shit. Iran done already given up and surrendered a little piece to China. China running Iran. It's a corporation between Trump and China. Trump just went to China just the other day and had a goddamn handshaking signing with the dude. Not in China, but they went to some convention together.
The reserve currency used in the Strait of Hormuz is now the yen. It is no longer the dollar.
Yep.
All right, so check this out, right? Because consideration is one thing when we was dealing with this right here, right? We're dealing with that Minnesota case, dealing with consideration. I'm gonna bring up that video too, now, regarding the Lloyds of London.
Yeah. And that Clearfield document is what I was speaking on yesterday.
Yeah, clear.
Railroad. Mhm.
So,
But,
like,
but before you go, Aton, I just want to speak on something that Rod Will was talking about. He said, "So what do we do? We must join the world's we have to operate as nations of men. We can't this whole individual I'm gonna get my bag shit. That's the conversation of servants, bro. Nationality is the key. Now, people might argue what I'm about to say. According to Genesis, the 10th chapter, there's only 19 nations. So now, what happened after what was the white boy who signed the Petro deal? What was his name? He did
Richard Nixon.
No, not him. I'm talking about the one that they sent to Saudi Arabia, and he got the deal signed. Not Newt Gingrich.
Who are you talking about?
I forget it. It's gonna come to me in a second.
You talking about what's it, Green something? Was it Greenspan?
I can look it up, but my point being is what these are all incorporated nation states. So they're playing the corporate shuffle, they're playing the corporate game. We need to get back to actual nationality, right? Because even if you go the tribal route or the Indian route, that's corporate too. It's all corporations.
Okay. All right. Let's look at this definition of consideration. I mean, the reason why I want to bring up consideration just in contracts, right? In contracts. So consideration in contracts, this is my definition. It's the definition right here. Here's consideration. This is Black Law 4th, all right? So in contracts, the inducement to a contract, the cause, motive, price, or impelling influence, which induces a contracting party to enter into a contract. The reason or material cause of a contract.
Right.
Consideration is not to be confounded with motive. I never actually read this definition in Black's Law. This is interesting. This is something totally different than what I thought it was. Consideration means something which is of value in the eye of the law, moving from the plaintiff, either of benefit to the plaintiff or of detriment to the defendant. So in this right here, they're actually saying that
there's no consideration.
There was no consideration being brought.
Right, because the dollar's not backed by anything.
They saying the Federal Reserve note lacks consideration, but Black's Law 4th is the cause, motive, price, or
consideration is meetings of the minds. That's what it is. It's when two parties come together and they agree upon something. That's the consideration.
But this is saying which is of value in the eye of the law. So when he's saying it lacks consideration, and okay, got it. So what the judge is saying here, now this is the justices, Minnesota Supreme Court, they're saying that we refuse the two Federal Reserve notes because they give no value in the eye of the law. Article 1, Section 10. They mentioned Article 1, Section 10. I don't know if you guys were in and out, saw what I was reading, but this is how I connect this. So what this judge is saying, this is 1968. He's saying in 1968 that Federal Reserve notes have no value in the eye of the law. We'll just keep it right there, basic.
Right, and Article 1, Section 10 talks about coining money and bills of attainder, ex post facto laws impairing contracts.
Is that 10 or is that 8?
Article 1, Section 10, yeah.
Oh, that's 10? That's not 8? Okay. Okay. All right. And what was the other thing you said? License, right? Let's look up license real quick, and then I'll go to the video, Nani. Let's go down to license. There it is.
Excuse me.
Okay, so license. Here it is right here. So certificate or the document itself, which gives permission. Okay. All right, Chief, I am you in the ballpark. So it gives permission. So isn't that what you said?
Yeah, it's permission to do something that's unlawful. Is this 4th edition?
Can you open the door for me,
This
please?
is 4th edition. You said so a license to do something unlawful.
That's otherwise unlawful. Right, and remember what the Supreme Court said in Minnesota said, it has no lawful consideration. It didn't say legal consideration. It said lawful. According to the law, which is the Bible, money is gold, silver, precious metals.
Okay, so there's constitutional law of contracts. All right, so permission by competent authority to do some act which without such authorization will be illegal or will be a trespass or a tort. Oh, bingo. Okay. All right. All righty.
So now you gotta ask yourself, how do you get money in the United States? You gotta go through some type of licensing body.
Right.
And whatever you're getting a license to do is unlawful. It's subject to a tort claim.
Well, right there. Okay, so right here, to further what you're saying, says a permit or privilege to do what otherwise would be unlawful.
There you go. So it's a trick back, you know? It's a big ass trick back. Oh,
maybe you're retarded.
Real estate. I got my license to drive a car. I got all these different licenses. I got
Hey, check this out. Have you guys ever been in a situation when the judge try to ask you, are you practicing law? Or are you a lawyer? Or are you an attorney? And somebody say, yeah, they say, arrest him. I've heard those stories. And they say, hey, if they ask you that question, say no. Now I know why they were saying no.
Out of court, I try my best. Possible, man. That means if I'm dealing with something, I'm right away going to file a federal claim. I'm removing that shit right away because they're not playing with the Constitution. These motherfuckers, administrative law, ALJs. The Department of Justice, like 6 months ago, came out with a piece right on the front page of the DOJ website saying that they were about to start cracking down on ALJs and arresting them because they're committing treason openly and outwardly. They're committing treason.
All right, let's play this. Let's play this.
Characteristically blunt. The substance is historically unprecedented. The U.S. Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, America's sovereign development bank with a $60 billion capital base, is directed to provide political risk insurance for all commercial vessels transiting the Arabian Gulf. U.S. government-backed guarantees. Full stop. Let me explain what just happened, because the financial press took 3 days to fully process it, and most of the general media never did.
Hold on,
the DFC was created to provide insurance.
Hold on. Y'all just cracked the code. You just read that.
That's what Naughty was talking about.
You just read that Minnesota Supreme Court law that said it has no lawful consideration, and these niggas is running an insurance company with a $60 billion base.
Hey,
that means that is worth nothing.
Hey, Chief I am.
Oh, my bad.
You don't know what we talking about, man. We just up here talking, man. We don't know what we talking about.
And financing for U.S. interests in developing markets. It was designed for projects in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, backing telecoms, infrastructure, energy projects where private capital won't go without a sovereign backstop. Trump just applied that architecture to maritime trade insurance in an active conflict zone and used it to replace the London market entirely. Think about the logic from a pure power perspective. Lloyd's withdraws coverage because the risk is too high. Fine. The DFC steps in and says, the U.S. Treasury is your counterparty now. You want to sail through the Gulf? You're covered. Not by a syndicate of Lloyd's names in EC3, by the full faith and credit of the United States government. What does a ship owner do when offered that choice? They sail. Within 48 hours of the DFC announcement, 14 tanker operators publicly confirmed they were proceeding with Gulf transits under U.S. sovereign guarantee. The Lloyd's withdrawal had effectively become irrelevant. The financial consequences for London were immediate and structural. Marine and energy insurance is not a small corner of the Lloyd's market. It is foundational to the entire ecosystem. The premiums from Gulf Energy shipping underwrite relationships, broker relationships, reinsurance relationships, credit relationships that extend across the entire London market. When those premiums evaporate, the downstream effects cascade. And London's financial sector generates approximately 9% of UK GDP. When a meaningful portion of the world's maritime insurance business migrates from a British sovereign guarantee to an American one, not temporarily, not as a wartime exception, but as a structural new reality, the arithmetic for the UK economy becomes uncomfortable very quickly. Britain tried to block a base. Trump hit the thing Britain couldn't afford to lose. This is what economic warfare at the sovereign level looks like. No tariff schedules, no WTO complaints, just a guarantee, and the sudden, very public obsolescence of someone else's guarantee. While London absorbed the implications of what had just happened, the rest of the world was doing something more practical. It was making new arrangements. Germany moved first, and it moved fast. Chancellor Friedrich Merz had already signaled before the Epic Fury operation that Germany's energy policy framework needed reassessment. The nuclear exit, the Energiewende's most controversial chapter,
Now, if you guys remember when that thing first jumped off, when they went to Iran, who was the first person at the White House? Germany. I don't know if y'all watched this. I'm paying attention. Germany was the first one there. Came holler at Trump. First one. Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, I ain't gonna hold you, man. This sounds like prophecy to me, bro. This is the nations hating the horror, man. Because look what they just did. They isolated themselves. They're no longer doing business with the European banks, right? Which were insuring their cargo and tanker ships. And they're taking on the responsibility themselves with their own currency, which is currently being devalued. You have the rising of the BRICS countries, the BRICS nations, right? So for me, like when you played this the other day on Smoke's channel, and Super and them was trying to say this is a power move. It doesn't look like a power move. It looks like an idiotic move to me, because your money's being devalued. We just read that the dollar is back, has no intrinsic value. It has no consideration attached to it. So okay, you create a company that's worth $60 billion, and you're gonna say, nigga, you're just making shit. You could have said it was worth $180 billion.
Hey, but check this out, though, Chief I.M. This is where they're looking at it from that perspective, which is one thing. But the other thing that's being missed is that the resources and the power of everything pretty much stems from the Americas. We're not talking about North America. We're talking about all of the Americas. All the resources, oil, everything. All that stuff that works, because Iran was coming over to Venezuela they was coming this way to get oil and channel their pipelines through there, while they're acting like Iran, that area has the oil. No, they got control of the oil and it's being brought over there to Iran. What Trump is doing is say, wait a minute, you gonna stay over this? Him and what's old boy's name from Florida, his Secretary of State, they talking about everything's staying on the west.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah, Rubio.
Yeah, Rubio.
Yeah, that goes into the Clearfield doctrine, right now.
But do you remember what? Yeah, do you remember what Iraq and the Iran war was about back in what was they called? What Desert Storm? You know what that was about?
It was about weapons of mass
Heroin.
destruction.
No, it was about Kuwait.
Yeah,
Who was going to run Kuwait? Because Kuwait is on the side closer to
on that Hamas side, Hamas side, closer to Iraq. So Iraq was claiming jurisdiction when Iran is on the other side of the water now, but adjacent to it, in its characteristics of a geographic identity, and that's what that was fighting over. So Iran really don't have oil like that. They do, but they wanted Kuwait. So America got Kuwait. America got Iraq. America got everything west of the Hormuz channel, ship channel. That money is gonna make difference anything west of that ship channel.
Okay, but this is what I would say to counter that. I would say that the United States, okay, their money's fake, but their might is real, right? Their power is in their might, right? Their willingness to kill. That's what they're showing right now, that they have a bloodthirst like no other, right? So this puts civilized nations in the crosshairs because they already showed they will drop a fucking nuke.
So check this out. I want you to put one and one together. So when you seen everyone in the world scrambling, even Russia and even China, scrambling when Trump came into office the first time, scrambling to try to transfer everything over to gold. You even remember that?
Absolutely. China has the
Because
most.
America holds damn near everybody's gold reserve, and Trump didn't give it back to them. Trump took their shit.
Right, but this is what I'm trying to say though. Like, how long do you think that
Bro,
shit
that's Freeman's gold. I don't know what y'all talking about.
We talking about the economics of this power horse that United States is playing
Yeah.
along with China.
Yeah,
That's what we're
but I'm
speaking of.
talking about who gold that is. That gold is the Freeman's gold.
No. It's gold from all the way around the world, from everybody, every nation around the
Yeah, they
world.
own.
Use
That's why all the nations over here pillaging our lands. They owe for that.
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
they
that's what they're giving the benefit of. They gave up their gold, and for
to be
for
part of the society of the United States, be
and
up
they
under
gave
that
for the
flag.
niggas who are the aboriginals to the land, right? And they just
Right.
turned us into
Under our trust land. They built
well, our
settlements
trust
on our
is
trust land.
yeah, but our trust is null and void because we haven't stood up as the beneficiaries. We
Facts.
arguing about who the fuck we is.
Facts.
Nigga, when you
And
go
trying to
to the
work.
bank, they ask you what's your maiden name. They go right into your trust, bro, because you unaware of what they doing. That's on you.
Hey man, there might be a lot of truth to that. I mean, shit, I can't disagree with that. But I don't know. What's the relevance of it? I mean, what's the relevance?
I mean, but what Rod said, that's something new. Why would they need your mom's maiden name? That's interesting. That's an interesting
Because
question.
that's the informant that signed your ass over.
There you go.
Well, not only that is a tradition of war-bound countries that the property is held in the name of the female line because the men are going off to war.
Not that's not it in the political venue. In the political venue, there's still a law in place that never been taken down, where if an unwedlock woman or a woman that has a child out of wedlock and her father is not claiming her or she's not married, that property in herself belongs to the United States of America. That's still on the books today.
Where nonetheless at, man? He was just up here. Where he at?
No, they under the supervision, the
No,
guardianship, and the
no.
warship of United.
Custodianship, the custodian. Right.
They are property. They are property of the United States. This is in the Virginia law. What was it? 17.
Bro, slavery is up, bro. Ain't no property or
It ain't got
nothing.
nothing to do with slavery, bro. This is a
Bro, a
law,
property can
an
only
act that hasn't been.
material things can
Okay, you
only
got a
see things
challenge. You got a
material.
You say what?
challenge.
Material things material things can only see things materially. So you talking about a system is it's not a property can't own a live living being. Are you
Huh?
serious, brother?
What's wrong with you talking
All they can
about?
do is manage them through a system.
No.
He's saying the dog can't own the collar around its neck. Right? Ain't that what you saying, Rod?
Exactly.
But he does, though, bro. He does.
I said, nigga, you can't own that goddamn watch on your goddamn wrist. God damn. What?
How can property own
Damn,
property?
Rod, shit. We ain't got a motherfucking, we ain't got shit, do we? That's crazy.
Not
Boy,
till you get these.
that he gives us the hard motherfucking truth
Yeah,
about it.
property own us now. That we can't do nothing but what property told us to do.
No. Okay. Let's get through this video. Yeah.
Hey, you might want to clip that, turn that into a little clip.
That shit right there. That was something.
He called it publicly what German conservatives had said privately for years, a strategic mistake, not an ideological position, a resource calculation. Germany needs baseload power. It has no domestic hydrocarbons of consequence. Its industrial competitiveness, the entire model of German manufacturing that makes Volkswagen, BASF, and Siemens possible, depends on predictable, affordable energy. When the Hormuz logjam froze LNG supplies and spot prices spiked, it wasn't a geopolitical abstraction in Berlin. It was a factory floor problem. It was an industrial orders problem. It was a jobs problem. Merz didn't denounce Trump. He called Washington. And in doing so, he effectively declared something that European political commentary still refuses to fully acknowledge. The era of European strategic autonomy as a coherent project is over.
All right. Okay. How does that look like in real time? Now, Chief you said one thing, that everybody's turned their back on the United States, but I don't know.
It's a fact. The
Nah.
petrol deal is done.
You don't think that's a transfer of wealth?
Now, to who?
If I am, you don't know what you talking about. Not on this one, big man. Not on this one.
Go ahead, Chief I want to hear what you got to say.
I'm saying the United States has isolated themselves. The owners and controller of global finance, the OCGC, have left the West and are going to the global South. They have left. Look at what I'm talking about. The owners and controllers of global finance. This is the most elite investors, and they're a-national, so they don't give a fuck about nations. They're only about taking the resources and the wealth out of nations into their individual pockets through trust, obviously, right? They have left, right? They have left.
Okay, so
Republic.
Do we agree or disagree that the Lloyds of London was a loan shark?
No, the Lloyds of London were part of the OCGC.
They wasn't doing no loan sharking.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by loan sharking?
You know what a loan shark is.
You talking about interest on
We talking about what I didn't go all the way to the beginning of it, but basically what she said in the beginning is that Lloyd's of London, if they said don't travel over here, it's the insurance, and we're gonna cut off that policy, that's what they meant. That means you on your own. You ain't been insured. What Trump did is said, we don't need you. So your isolationist theory is basically what the United States was always based off in the beginning when they had their treaty set up with the indigenous nations and they're on this land. They had to isolate themselves from all foreign interests.
No, that's incorrect. That's backwards. All the foreign interests were in on the U.S. coming over here and violating all those treaties.
Well, that was something done behind the scenes. This is where you got your Civil War.
Bro, the treaty's fake, bro. And what treaty? What treaty?
Well,
Who's
okay,
what the
well,
fuck? This is what
let's
I'm
not get
saying.
into
Though, hold on.
let's not
All
get
them
into the
treaties,
fake
bro,
and not fake.
wasn't signed by no one affiliated with America. Those were fake ass tribes created, corporations.
I agree with that. I said
It
that
was
earlier.
all fake, bro, from jump. We just started to jump in
Just
the
like the
goddamn game and said we want
currency.
to be
This
part
is
of y'all fake
monopoly.
shit.
So what happens when Canada is no longer doing business with the U.S.? They're taking their timber and they're taking all of their products that they create and they're going to China. What happens when Mexico's doing the same thing, right? The United States is fracturing agreements and relationships that they have been operating under for the last 55 years.
Time out. Let me address Nadi and Chief I Am at the same time because they agree. Now, Nadi is under the impression, and Chief I Am agrees that these was fake treaties being signed. No, they weren't. These were not fake treaties. What you had was these Indian agents and these Indian departments of people that were actually being those middlemen or them brokering the deal that actually did expatriate from these indigenous nations here, because you can't say these things did not exist.
Wait,
They did
you
exist.
lost me, Aton. You just lost me. What?
There was indigenous nations here, confederacies, empires here that operated before contact. Now,
Operated in what kind of way?
In every type of way that you would
What kind
consider
of way? In commerce?
In every type of way.
Selling
Every
and buying shit? What kind of money they use?
It doesn't matter what money.
Business and trade.
Man, listen,
Starting
no,
in the
it what
Congress.
listen.
Congress.
It don't matter what money they use.
All over
The
the
country,
US.
see,
Everything is
this is where
barter.
we coming up. Bro, the country was hijacked. It was
No, I'm
hijacked
not
by
saying it
commerce,
wasn't.
bro. What the?
I'm not
Let
saying
me
it
say what
wasn't.
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
But I'm not.
Please.
They run
You had
parallel.
a land of serenity at a point in time. Everyone in the world knew that this was a land of serenity. Everyone. It wasn't it wasn't under no capitalism of someone's claiming ownership. All these other countries that you're seeing, Romania, Russia, those original people come from this land, went to other lands and claimed them under a corporation identity, bro.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
So the
What I am,
same tribes that you're thinking that's the Haudenosaunee, the only time you're seeing something about a treaty is the treaty within the tribes that they wrote, that they had in agreements. There wasn't no written treaties. They had written verbal treaties within their own tribal that I won't cross over your shit and take your shit to go sell to these crackers. You don't cross over my shit to take my shit to go sell to these crackers. That's what
okay.
that's what that was. Now,
Yeah.
as they communicating and trade and commerce together, the United States come in and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna come in and write my own treaty, and I'm gonna play these people over here and these people over here, and bring them up on us, and we're gonna go over here to London and Europe and write these treaties and make it seem like they something real when they're not."
There was backdoor deals. Hey,
Well,
look.
the word treaty.
Wait. We're gonna go back to the beginning.
Who's the beneficiary of those treaties?
Hold on.
And
Let's
the
go
word
back.
treaty means that you are now subject.
Yeah.
It means to
Let's-
treat with ease.
Let's go back to the beginning of this thing. Okay, that's 1122. I'll get back to that. But let's go back to Lloyd's of London.
For the last 300 years, global trade was controlled by a simple coffee shop in London. While Britain was deciding who...
A simple coffee shop in London.
Now that's
Okay,
not
hold on. Wait. I'm gonna jump in and out, Chief I am. Just hold on.
Was allowed to sail and who wasn't, Trump was preparing to strike. Lloyd's of London withdrew their insurance to provoke global chaos and stop Trump. But instead of panic, they received the order to impose the DFC. In one day, the U.S. took over the market that Britain had spent centuries building. Want to know what the end of an empire looks like in real time? Let's discuss it. Britain never really lost its empire. It just changed the uniform. In 1688, a coffee house in the city of London called Edward Lloyd's became the place where ship owners came to get their vessels insured. Simple enough. One merchant talks to another, a handshake, a signature on a slip of paper. That's it. That's how you rule the world.
What's different? What's different today?
The uniform, like she said when she started.
Okay. So if that's the case,
that
what
means
the hell
America
does
is Britain.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the people here in America that are considered to be the copper colored races in America? Why do we want to keep talking as if the people here were just living in teepees, scratching their ass with diapers on? No, man, come on. Y'all gotta do better than
I
that.
don't think nobody's saying that. I don't think.
I mean, you actually, you and Nadia are saying that the United States came over here and just set up their own trees, their own shit, and went ahead and just did what they did. And the people around here that was living in serenity had their legs sitting in Indian style, just you know what I mean, just letting all this shit happen. Come on,
we fought it every war. We got our land, private land, public land, everywhere. And we got conquered.
Yeah, that's what I would say, and I think that's what we don't, like, niggas don't want to admit. Because if you admit that you're conquered, that means that you are admitting that you're currently a prisoner of war because the people who conquered you are currently ruling over your land.
All right, so check this out. Check this out, Chief I am.
That means they cut the head off.
Check this out, Chief I am, and all the things that have taken place throughout all this time have the consensus of people, the majority of the people here that are considered to be copper colored, right? That we actually say we are American. Me, you, Nadi, Rod, and pretty much everybody else that's up in here that ain't came off no West African slave boat. We actually say within our family or any popular talk, outside of popular talk, I should say, actually say we actually been conquered? Is there any evidence that we actually been conquered?
Absolutely.
By the definition of conquered.
All the evidence is there. What are you talking about?
Okay,
you don't control your banking institutions. You don't control education. You don't control media. You don't even control your food, bro.
Well, Nadia disagreed with you.
Where's the disagreement at?
Because the bottom line is you can actually, if you do things properly and structure things properly, I think you agree to as well, you can create your own. You don't need that popular Mockingbird media to do anything. It doesn't influence you. Does the Mockingbird media influence you today, Chief I am?
Niggas, first of all, the people of America don't even know who the hell they are.
That's true.
Everything is popular is of a nigga. Everything popular is our culture. So what do you
that
think?
means they turned you into merchandise and are selling you internationally. That doesn't mean that you run it.
Everything to throw your mind from seeing the correct way is our culture.
But Chief I am is worried about the people as he is. He's a shepherd, right? He's a leader.
Yeah,
so
but Rod said also though. I wanted to recognize that.
Yeah. Rod said
it's
it
a
too.
deception.
These people, right? These people that are influenced by it actually is an issue with Chief I Am and Rod, that is stifling us getting to where we need to be in order to get that control, or establish the control, or actually make the control be known.
Let me say something, Aton, right quick, please.
Go ahead.
So we complaining about we got this and we got that. No one came and conquered us. We fell in order. We fell in order with it, bro. All them other lies about this Trail of Tears and all that. Man, get that story shit out of your head. That was just some kind of way they can go and
Right.
retitle the land and put the titles up on the different identities, and just the title switch wasn't
Yeah.
all that other shit.
I
Um,
call it adjusting.
the,
I think I wouldn't
hold
call it.
on.
I wouldn't call it falling in line, Naughty. I would just say we kind of adjust it like we do. We just
We
adjust
fell
it.
in line, bro. We fell
Do
in
you
line.
are
They
either one
came
of
with
you
a
guys
they
are
came
either
with
one of
a
you aware of the
listen,
legal
bro,
code?
stop arguing, please. Because we was identifying ourselves up under one rule, one order, a head of a household or a tribal member or a family. This is where all this shit coming from. The 13th Amendment. So it was identified that they didn't want to recognize one person running a whole group of people, bro. So they individually broke y'all ass up and entitled you with your own identity as property. Then they came in. You couldn't understand the orchestration of commerce. So they came in, put you up under their wing and fiduciary to everything else. Some of the plantation owner and business holders, because they knew how to orchestrate business, so they was from up under that fiduciary of the United States. They was handling their own affairs, and some of their family members. We're getting the story twisted because we're in our emotions. Right now, today, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be done. Right now, today, you can homeschool your children, and the government will pay you $3,000 every goddamn quarter or every semester. 3 bands every semester to 2-3 months. That's a band a month for you to keep your child at home and you raise your own child. But we're not using these fucking tactics and techniques on ourselves. We keep putting our hand out instead of handling our own fucking affairs.
Okay, so you agree with me there. There's really no.
Yes.
We homeschooling our children for free. Damn, I need to get on that type of mission.
Yeah, you got to put in the grant with the school, the school you brought their ass out of and the county they in. Put in a grant, my guy, for the goddamn
Hold on.
grant for the homeschooling. You're gonna
That's
be you're gonna
that's
be
super
giving it.
that's super dope that they'll give you 3,000 fake fucking dollars to educate your own super dope. And if you don't do that, there's a man. Hold on. Let me get this off.
Dollars.
Right, and if you don't do that, then there's a mandatory law that says if you don't put those kids in school, they will come and take them because they're not yours.
Yes, you're
They're
right,
not
but it's part of
yours.
the provision that's allocated from your fiduciary agent that has holding of your account. They have to allocate certain things. So if you're not going to and stand up in representation as the beneficiary, they're gonna fucking place the order of the beneficiary how it's supposed to be granted. It's amenities.
Brother, the
It
$3,000
is what it
that you
is.
get as standing up as the trustee or the executor or the administrator or the grantor or any of these fucking titles that are placed on you in a corporate capacity, that money that they're going to give you, what face is on that money?
I
The
mean,
conquerors.
The face that I can go and use to get an airplane or a car or pay a bill.
I don't
That
give a
face.
fuck if you can use. It's the conqueror's
Bro, what do
face.
you use, Steve I Am? What do you use
I'm
for
not, brother.
currency?
I'm not
Because
saying
you
I'm
acting
not saying
like you use
I'm not
some
saying
type of
the money. I'm saying
Yeah,
extracurricular currency.
you
no.
got.
What I'm saying, I'm
We
not
got to
saying I
go in
don't use the money.
reality, though.
I'm
We
saying
got to
that
deal with
that's
reality,
actually
bro.
no. I'm saying that you just told everybody if you're competent enough, then you can put in a grant with the state, and the state will pay you $3,000. We
Every
started this
semester.
show. We started this show by saying that the dollar has no intrinsic value.
Yes, it does, bro.
It has no consideration. It's not considered lawful tender, brother.
It has great consideration within the boundaries of its corporation, bro. It means something to its corporation
Okay, okay, all right.
and
I'll
all
follow
of its
you. I'll go with
affiliates.
you on that. I'll go with you on
It's a
that. But this
coupon
is what
for this corporation.
this
Yes.
is.
It's a
But
coupon
hold on.
for the
But this is what I'm
corporation.
trying to say. Let me get it
Yes.
out. Let me get it out. This is what I'm trying to say. Yes, all these things are true that you're saying, but that's the deception. Yes, nigga, you're
That
conquered.
go that
You can,
religious
you can.
zealous shit going on.
No,
Well, what
hold on,
you
bro.
sipping
You
on
can.
today,
Well,
goddamn?
what
Hold on, bro.
percentage of our people is under this deception you referring to?
Say it again.
besides adequate in it.
Hey, look
What
at it
percentage
from
of our
this.
people is
Hey,
under this?
hey, look at it from this way, though, Chief. I am. Now you want to say it's fake money, but
Nigga, you didn't. I didn't say that. You just read that.
okay, but under the circumstances, right? Under the circumstances,
And what are the circumstances?
the circumstances that this is being operated within the United States. So
The United States is a nation.
we know HJR 18. I mean, we gotta take the good with the bad, and we got to be able to function,
There
right?
you
That's
go.
why I
Now, how the
said
hell you gonna get out of slavery when you're not even admitting that you're a slave?
no, that's not
Yeah.
that's not slavery.
Through an irrevocable trust.
Well, no, it's not slavery, right? If there's funds allotted, right? I didn't say money, I didn't say fake money, I said funds allotted to somebody to do something within the United States based on their military occupation, then why can't you take advantage of that?
You can do whatever. I keep telling you niggas
So
you can do whatever
what
you
does
want.
that make you subject to? Is in the prerequisites of that grant, Nadi, are they telling you that you got to teach them something specific? Are they telling you that you have to learn this, and this, and if you don't get the funds?
Well, every time you want to go and reapply for a new grant, which will be like the end of the year to going into the next year, your child will have to take an assessment test, a basic necessity test.
Okay, so that basic assessment test covers what? Math.
What? Yeah. Well, they have teachers that send in certain work,
Okay.
right? And he just
Oh, social studies.
he or she has to perform that certain work for the proper requirements to keep
Right.
receiving up. So
They call it they call it G. Hold on. They call it G7, right? It's G7.
I
This is what
think
it's
so,
called.
something like that.
So
It's
your
called
child's not
G7.
gonna pass the
You got your
assessment.
basic three things you got to know: history, English, and math. And science comes in there too as well. But you also have some electives, do you not? You could do elective things as well, right, Nadi?
Yeah, you could do all of that. You at the house.
Okay, Chief I am. You feel me?
Man, listen. The great
And the basic shit the
for
teachers send to
homeschooling.
you. You know what I'm
Great pitch
saying?
for homeschooling, right? But let's get to the nitty
Yeah, if
gritty.
you want to
All
homeschool
right.
your child,
No, hold on. I'm not
you
finished.
can't just teach them
Let's
what you
get to the
want.
nitty gritty. Let's get to the nitty gritty.
Let's get to the nitty gritty. You gotta teach them.
If
They
I
gotta
am
pass.
want to be honest and shit.
But see, Chief I am is on the right
I am
path
want to
about
put
what
some
he's
heads on.
saying, but in the qualifications of the everyday people,
No, he's
that's not
not
is
because it's 2026, bro. We damn near ready to fly. He talking about some ancient shit.
Who's talking about ancient shit?
That
History.
we can't use this currency. It's like what current? How would you do this if we're not using the currency that's already available for us?
well,
And
you can create your own currency out of your trust by creating bonds, giving it to the Treasury Department, and getting accredited coupons in return. So that is one way to use your own money.
Okay, that's super dope. I would love him to explain how to do that, and I'll be all ears. But listen, I'm not living in the past. I'm living currently right now today. If the brother just said you can get $3,000.
So what type of currency are you using right now every day?
Let me just get it out, and then you can grill
Credit.
me. Let me get it out. You can get this $3,000 per quarter, so that's 12. You say per quarter, right? So that's $12,000 a year, right? To educate your own, right? But in order to get it the next year, your child has to pass an assessment. The assessment is based upon particular subjects that they must be competent in, right? One of those assessments is U.S. history. Now, question becomes, what history are you teaching them? Because we know it's a whole bunch of fake history in this motherfucker. Naughty was just talking about all the goddamn Indian tribes are fucking fake. The Trail of Tears never happened. What are we talking about here? So we lying to our children for 12,000? So y'all niggas
Bro,
is
you
talking
kicked all that
about
black shit out of
getting free.
wow,
That's
bro.
the difference.
DEI
I'm talking about
is
getting
over.
free. You niggas is talking about getting money.
You talking about the Bible. You're not talking about getting free. Because if you was talking about getting free, we'd be free already, brother.
No. We're never gonna be talking about getting free because niggas only talking about getting money.
Yeah, that's facts.
So how you get your money, man? You don't get money.
Brother, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just
But
saying the reality of the
but hey, to be honest, Chief I am, that is a nigga's freedom though.
God damn. So a nigga free.
A nigga can do whatever he want on his own land with any other nation he choose to.
Okay, hey, look, from your mouth to God's ears.
All right, so look, let's hear the rest. Let's hear the rest of this. Hey, look. Hey, Chief, I am.
Hey, man, I'll fall back. I'm gonna get a little bit too aggressive. I don't mean to offend you, brother.
No, you ain't getting aggressive. No. You ain't good. You ain't offending nobody. Look, at the end of the day, this is where the rubber meets the road.
I'm gonna buzz his head every time he come around that corner.
Yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road,
Nah, I ain't
man.
offended. I'll just tell you my little 2 cents on that, my every issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You knocking it down to him. Come on with it.
I mean, okay, so what is what the conversation we having right now? Like I say one thing and a nigga say, well, how is you living? If you just because nigga, I live in the same system that you do. I see it for what it is. I'm not a fool. I gotta make money. I have to do the
So
same
how
shit.
are we gonna transition from where we at to where we need to be? That's what I'm focusing on.
Here's my question, Chief I am. Here's my question. Is Article 1, Section 8, the Commerce Clause, right? The Indian Commerce Clause, and Article 1, Section 10 still in full effect?
Is the Commerce Clause still in effect?
Yeah.
The nigga just said you can go.
That's a yes or no question?
Absolute yes.
Okay, is Article 1, Section 10 in full effect?
Article 1, Section 10, which I just, yes.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Because you ain't a party.
Okay, are you enforcing that? I mean, is anybody enforcing those two to their advantage? I mean, I'm not saying anything but that. Are the people enforcing those two articles right there, those two sections of Article 1? Are they enforcing that? Because you're making a commerce clause like it's above and can't be utilized to our advantage. Article 1, Section 10.
How could you use a clause that's created to govern you?
No, it wasn't created to govern us.
The United States, under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, they have the ability to enumerate specific laws and legislative powers. They can, which include, but are not limited to, the authority to lay taxes, borrow money, regulate interstate and foreign commerce, coin money, declare war, and raise armies. You ain't coining no money. You ain't declaring no war. You ain't raising no
Read it again, Chief I am, and read it slowly. Where you? I didn't hear anything about Article 1, Section 8 dealing with the Indians. Can you read that slowly?
Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution.
I want you to read the actual article, not a commentary.
I'm reading the article.
Okay.
Enumerate specific legislative powers granted to Congress, including.
All right, let's stop right there. So to enumerate,
which is
right,
to number,
which means the number.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Specific legislative powers granted to Congress.
Bingo. Stop right there. Granted to Congress. Who do we know actually who granted those powers? Was it the people? We the people?
No.
You not the people. You the person.
I got you. Hold on, Natty. Hold on. I'm just asking. I'm actually flowing.
The people.
Hold on. I'm actually flowing. I'm in the car. With Chief I Am.
Hold on. Y'all, you were just talking about earlier, Aton, that Biden, you said something about Biden saying that they think they the people. They not the people. We're the people.
Okay, so this is what I'm asking you. So who granted them power? Your best guess. Who granted them powers to Congress? So Congress was granted powers.
Right.
When you grant powers, remember, donor, donee, right?
Yeah.
Power of appointment. Who granted those powers? Your best guess.
I would say the founders of the Constitution.
Okay, so now hold on. I want to get to the end. And remember, I'm in the car with Chief I Am. I'm in the car with him. I'm not against him. Okay, let's keep reading that section.
Well, let me answer that question right quick.
Oh, wait a
You
minute.
and
No.
Chief I Am on some bullshit in that guy.
We on bullshit. Yeah, we on bullshit right now. Chief I Am, can you finish reading the section, please?
The British Royal Crown is who identified them fucking congressmen as giving them authority.
I just want to
identifying the charters of the colonies that was there.
Right.
I just want to finish. The
Wasn't no goddamn we the people.
Right, but
I keep telling her we wasn't it this
just
shit.
said in the video that the power from Great Britain never changed. They just changed uniforms. Did you not hear that? They're the same.
And we keep reading the section.
Okay, including the authority to lay taxes.
Okay.
Borrow money.
Okay. Okay, stop right there. Okay, stop there. Borrow money from who?
The international bankers.
And what year is this? 1700s.
Article
1700s.
I believe was written in 1775.
Five. Okay.
So.
Okay. So we just these are rhetorical questions. They don't have to be answered. To borrow money. All right, keep reading, please.
Regulate interstate/foreign commerce.
On behalf of who and who was to be regulated? Rhetorical. Keep going.
Coin money.
Uh-huh.
Declare war.
Okay.
And raise armies.
Okay. Now, raising armies. So at this point in time, did the United States, these 13 colonies, United States, have an army? It's a rhetorical question. Did they have a full throttle, weaponized military at that time? Okay. That's rhetorical. Anything else?
No, that's the article.
That's pretty much it. Now, can we read Article 1, Section 10?
Yeah. Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution strictly limits the powers of the state governments.
Mm-hmm.
Acting as a crucial component. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me read the actual article. Section 10, Article 1, Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, and money as a capital M, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts.
All right, stop right there. All right, now we can get off now. Naughty Rod, Chief I Am, we can get off on this one. Because the bottom line is, what I mean by get off, we could start talking now, because the bottom line is, what is going on right now? What like, based on what I just read earlier, what you just read, Article 1, Section 10, just in the first part, we didn't even get to the rest of it. We get to that in a minute. But at the bottom line is, what do we have going on here?
some type of voodoo.
Okay, so it's okay. So what is going on today? We ain't talking about back. Based on what's going on back then, what Trump is actually doing in this video, and what we're seeing, you know, what was created. What do we have going on right now?
I mean, on the surface, it would seem as if Trump is doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. He's not keeping.
Based on what, though? He can't do whatever he want to do. Based on
I disagree. The Commerce Clause gives the executive branch control over foreign and interstate commerce.
And so the key words is regulate. Regulate on whose behalf, right? Now he's under the impression that all these treaties is fake. I disagree. You're saying that to get funding, right, for $3,000, that's fake. I don't agree.
No. Let me clarify what I'm saying. You can do that, and you can ball out, live in the system like the brother said. The more money you make, the more freedom you have within the system. These are facts. I just bought a new truck, right? So yeah, I'm riding clean, right? But
you filled out the application.
No, I didn't. I paid full price for it. I didn't fill out no application. I came with debt notes.
Okay, you pay cash for it.
Right.
You didn't even register, right?
Well, no, we're not gonna get too far into that. We ain't gonna get too far into his business. This is not the troll channel. We don't know. He said what he said. We're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna take it for face value, and we're gonna move on.
Right.
So under the circumstances, because you know what I'm saying, we over here in Northern Cali, boy, we in Cali, we don't hate, we appreciate, boy, get that shit pop. Got it. You feel me?
Pop it.
This is what time we on over here. All right, so let's go back to the other situation. Right. So the other situation,
treaty's fake.
Right?
The other treaty's fake. Who is little?
He said the treaty's fake.
Who is little Big John holding compared to Alamaria, Pensacola, Canopy? Wouldn't that be more of a indigenous site of pronouncing someone's identity if they're identifying themselves instead of Little Big John signed this treaty? Who the fuck is Little Big John, dude? The fuck is you saying?
That's a DBA. That's a doing business as.
Come on, bro.
Who's Little Big John?
For real.
Man, you gotta clip that one.
No, for real. I'm laughing because I know what you're saying, but hey.
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, the reason why I'm gonna push back on that shit is because bottom line, there has to be some type of validity here in America where there was big shit being done. I mean, the mounds and all the big pyramids and all the great shit that's going on, all the resources up under there, the history. You can't refute that. Now, maybe there was some backdoor deals. I mean, I always say there was some sellouts. It's always sellouts. You know what I'm saying? You got history of that. I'm
Acts
with that.
14 and 28 says that you niggas have made lies your refuge. With hell, you are in agreement. You say it will pass over us. No, it ain't passing over you. See, that's where I'm coming from. Yeah,
God
that's
damn,
where I'm coming
that nigga came out with the Holy Ghost on that ass.
That's
God
right.
damn.
Yeah,
I feel you.
but it matches up though, right? Because you
Yeah,
got
we ain't gonna get no financial literacy around this nigga. We gonna get biblical shit.
because the one who taught me to study for and against everything's a law.
shit.
Everything is a law. The question is, are they law or legal? And do you even know how to play legal? You got a nigga like Nadi who knows how to play legal. You got a nigga like Darvis who knows how to play legal. Aton knows how to play legal. But what about the other 68 million niggas? Because they're saying it's only 50. But it's about 68 million niggas, probably more than that. What about them? Do they understand the legal traps, the mechanisms? No, they don't. These niggas is the prey. They have been left for the prey, my nigga. Yeah. Niggas don't know.
Hey,
Yeah, that's what we dealing with.
I'm gonna say it again. When you following the Joneses, your ass gonna end up fucked up and broke without a place to a pot to shit in and one to throw out. I know you didn't hear that.
Hell yeah.
So following the Joneses, bro, is this manipulation on this culture thing we representing every fucking quarter of a century, different, changing, and we're riding with it, talking about it's our culture. Get the fuck out of it. It's a trap. It's something to entwine your brain so you don't think about reality. I wonder how this man over here got this McDonald's sitting here ever since I was born. I wonder how the fuck he got that. He really ain't got that much business coming in, but he lives in a big ass mansion, drives a badass car, has a private jet, more money than I can think of, but he just has this one fucking location all he is because how he's manipulating the fucking system as a business owner. We want to be rap stars instead of business owners, bro. That shit is stupid. It's manipulating us. We keep following down. We're doing it to ourselves. We're not taking our time, teaching ourselves, learning valuable things to carry us to the future 5 years from now, where you want to be. And the one thinking about that, they thinking about as far as Saturday, going to the club. What new dress, a new outfit, who they looking wanting to impress, hairdo, nails, wasting all their resources they could actually be spending and putting in their own business, representing and building it. They rather throw it away and represent someone else's shit.
Look,
But you said that we live in serenity. So in serenity, all the natural resources in front of us. What's wrong with a woman going ahead, get her nails done? You know, I'm going to the barber shop, you know what I mean? Get my little trim or my
now
little
Nadi's
line.
talking about ancient history. You niggas don't live in serenity no more.
What?
Oh no. Oh no, you gotta pay bills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you gotta go to work, player. Yeah, that ain't nothing fun about going to work.
To pay that extra cell phone bill you didn't put on yourself, or that extra fingernail she got to get done for $95, plus the toes is an extra 65. Come on, bro. How are you moving forward for them resources that they
No,
putting in
they
front
ain't
of you?
even going to work for real. They ain't going to no damn work. They getting taken care of. See,
Y'all
we
women,
got benefits. We got benefits. The government is our fiduciary. If we learn to be
Yeah.
our own fiduciary,
Yeah.
I don't see what y'all talking. We own the whole United States. So if we learn how to do business, we control what we already got. We ain't gotta get
Yeah.
nothing else.
No.
We gotta manage what we got.
Play the
Okay,
cards you dealt.
what is going? So do they not have systems set up so that you don't learn how to become a fiduciary?
Nah, they don't, bro. It's just all. bro, when I
No,
come
they're
out
gonna
in the
tell you go
public,
get a attorney.
when I come out in the public to do business, bro, I'm not worried about who plumbing I'm finna go knock out or who roof I'm finna go build or who airplane I'm finna mechanic on. I'm not worrying about them feelings and who the fuck they is. I'm looking to make this cheddar and move on something better in my mind state. I ain't thinking about no one. My business is what I'm thinking about. I'm leaving to go make business to come back for business.
So your thoughts ain't with the body at all. You just talk. You just your thoughts is about your own personal
No, my thoughts is what's in reality. When I walk out my house, I'm not in serenity. I'm in a public.
public health.
When I walk in my house, I really ain't in serenity because I got to make sure I got lights for the refrigerator to keep my food cooled.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
there's a such thing as public
okay,
and
so
private.
right. What I'm saying is like, so return on your investment, right? You set out there. Let's just randomly talk. We ain't gonna go back to what you said, Chief. But what I'm saying is, if I made a purchase, right now, I understand the system as I know it, as you know it, right? I just made a transaction, and I just laid a briefcase there, flipped it up, boom, here you go. Did I get a receipt? Is there any other things that need to be done based on the taxes and the movements of everything? Because I know that an FRN is pretty much something that is a fractional reserve, fiat, something to be taxed for all debts, public and private. On top of that, I already know in the back of my head that under 18 USC subsection 8, 31 USC 5118, we have all these different things going on. 12 USC 411. You got all these different aspects.
Hold on, you gotta be specific.
12,
You bring out 18
12.
USC.
I'm gonna get there. I'm
What
gonna
does
get
it
there.
mean?
I'm gonna get there. If I know all these things that I know, right? I know HJR 192. Is there any recoupment involved? You ain't got to answer that question. I'm just rhetorically speaking. Is there any recoupment? Is there any return on my investment, knowing that I know the situation that I'm in? Or did I just freely gift the briefcase and everything up in it to them? Chief, I am. I want your theory. This is not fact. This is rhetorically talking. I just want your theory of what transpires in that transaction. Because you just said you made a transaction. I'm just saying based on the transaction, theoretically.
Well, yeah, that you theoretically, if you went to the school of naughty, you would know what to do with that receipt. But most niggas don't go to don't go to that school. They never been to that school. And when they meet a nigga who's trying to tell them what to do with that receipt, they say, "Oh, nigga, it's just a receipt." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what we're kind of dealing with. And then, in addition to that, you quoted, I believe it was 18 USC Title 8,
Subsection.
which states that every obligation is an obligation of the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why the fuck do we have to do any of that shit? They should just be taking the bill on. It's
Okay, so why?
Because he just said it though.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
considered
So
a
what you
gift. If you okay, so if you're not using the processes in its correct format, they're using it at that gas station, at that store. They're keeping documentation and for they audit, they doing that, and they handling that money or them receipts or them proof of bill of sales in its correct format. getting extra money off of it from the government because it's already paid for. You're not doing it because you're considering just giving them the cash is a gift. That's really what it is. It's a
I know,
gift because they're
but
they're
HGR 19
already claiming the coupon. They're getting credit for the coupon. They don't need that store don't need money. The store needs credit. That
facts,
business owner don't need money. He needs credit.
facts.
But he's saying now that he ain't signed a goddamn thing. He came in, plopped up the briefcase, and that's that.
Yeah,
Give me
that's a gift. That's a
everything. Give me.
gift.
Well, no.
That's a gift. And he ain't trying to
What I'm
reclaim
saying,
your coupon credits. You just gave away a gift. That's
And he
the
wrote
difference
unless
between
I
a
got
gift and a
a
tax.
receipt, unless I got a receipt,
Huh?
right? Unless I got a receipt and I know what to do with the receipt, right?
Yeah,
That
you got a
that's
receipt.
the
Okay, no, he got a receipt.
Right now,
This is
but
what
this
I'm
is
talking
my
about.
question to y'all.
ROI, return on
Right,
his investment.
right. So this is my question to y'all. Okay,
uh,
operations of law, right? If we're dealing with a righteous,
yo, you broke up.
hello, can y'all hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, operations of
Oh,
law.
what you say?
If we're dealing with a righteous system, then HJR 19.
Aton.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah,
He
now
might.
I can hear you. I can hear you now. What you say?
Okay, mic check, Chief. I am.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Y'all can't hear me?
I can hear you. I want to see if Nadi can hear
No,
you.
I can't hear Chief I am. No.
All right,
Okay,
I'll
Rod.
go back. Can you hear me now? I'm a little closer to the
No.
computer.
Rod, can you hear Chief I am? Rod, can you hear Chief I am?
Rod, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear him. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, I can hear him.
Okay.
Rod, can you hear Rod?
Yeah, I can hear Rod. I can't hear Chief I am.
Okay.
Okay, so
I can go out and come back in, no
all
problem.
right, yeah, go out, come back in.
All right.
I can hear him.
Hold on, Rod. Let me come back in first.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this is a good one.
They
This is a
said
good one.
400 years, right? The British been doing that for 300 years, right?
Nah, they've actually been doing it from their time frame, 1100s.
Yeah, and longer than that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, but what she's bringing is I think she's talking about 300 years in dealing with the relationship with America, really, with the United States, not America, but
Lord.
yeah, 300 years from 2026, 300 years. That's what
1726.
1726. Yeah,
No, it's way prior than that. The
yeah,
British been fucking around over here since the 1100s, as far as their timeline concerned.
yeah. That's true. That's true. Hey,
Yeah, but they
Nadia,
didn't own nothing.
Nah, but we was
no,
the representation of the tribes were their commerce to Britain, but it was travel back and forth. How you think the 13 colonies got set up just overnight in 1770,
yeah,
70? Nah, it took time for them to create and get in and in 13 different regions claiming sovereignty and all. It took time. That took time for them to build up nuts to fight in 1776 and
right.
write this. That took time.
Hey, and when you talk about the 1100s, I'm going to talk about the post office. I'm gonna have a segment where I'm going to talk about the post office.
Oh,
But
that'll be a
hey,
good one.
Chief, I am back up here. Mic check. No,
Yep.
Chief, I am.
Mic check, mic check.
Yep, clear.
All
Okay,
right,
so
go
this,
ahead,
this,
y'all.
this was my question, right? So you got HJR 192 that tells you that the United States is in bankruptcy and that
Jalen.
that the law by itself should be tender for all debts, public and private. You got 18 USC Title 8, which tells you that all obligations are on the United States, right? So what I'm saying, if we was dealing with a righteous system, these would just be operations of law, right? It wouldn't be you have to understand a process which is hidden from you. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with learning, right? I'm one that's for learning, right? 100%. And I don't think that you should be incompetent in any capacity because that leaves you at the will of another. But they're not enforcing the law. Now, some would say who understand these mechanisms, well, brother, that's because you're not doing this correctly or you're not doing this correctly. But I don't go that route. I say that these niggas is wicked. And they got the masses deaf, dumb, and blind for the purposes of keeping them in financial servitude. That's where I go with it. And yes, sir.
If you go and purchase a baby, a baby hamster, and you put that hamster in a cage, and that hamster go on that wheel and chime that wheel every day, and just in his regular routine, that's all that hamster know. The hamster never try. Now you got some steps that leads out of the cage. The hamster never take the steps to go out of the cage because all the hamster know is this wheel in this cage. You expect the hamster, or you expect the owner of that hamster to teach the hamster how to walk on the ladder, to make the hamster go and learn other tricks and do. Nah, he got to show some type of value or worth on his own for someone to even see an interest in teaching that hamster something new. So what I'm saying is, from birth, we were signed up in a system of the United States, which affiliated us as an extension of it, as a piece of it. So when all things of the United States are paid for and are under responsibility, you are that product, bro. You're the only representation of the United States. There's no other representation. It takes you to go in the armed forces. It takes you to go and sign up for that shit. It takes you to represent the name. It takes you to shout it out, for it to even be a implementation of a breath being spoke of the name. It's you. So until you get this in your head that this is not your entity of construction, you're gonna keep going down that same process. Everyone's gonna keep going down that same process,
No
bro.
doubt, no doubt.
Time and
Look,
time.
I take highly disrespect for you calling me a hamster. I just want to let you know that. But we
Oh, no,
good.
no, 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 no.
We
I
good.
just get,
It's
I
a
We
just
good.
trying to give you something
deconstructed
quick.
We good though. But this,
concept.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Because
this
the information out there, bro, is just what mind capacity each one is really trying to improve on their own.
I,
Are they
I
trying to
get.
be stuck at the club, or are they trying to go to the library?
So let me ask you this, Nadia. Are you familiar with the Libra code?
Yeah,
You're familiar with the Trading with the Enemies Act.
correct.
Who is the
17,
enemy?
1917.
Who is
Trading
the
with the enemy.
enemy combating that doesn't know that they're at war?
All
Who is
U.S. citizens, all domicile, domestic and foreign, that
within
falls
the
up under
Libra
that.
code? Is there an Aboriginal population that doesn't know that they have been invaded and conquered? Yes or no?
Say it again. Is there a what?
Within the Libra code, is
Uh-huh.
there an Aboriginal population that doesn't know that they have been conquered or invaded?
See, you keep saying that conquered and invaded. It didn't
No,
happen like
let's
that,
talk it.
bro.
Y'all want to talk this shit that we
They
haven't been conquered? Why is there
listen.
trading with the
They brought out codes and people adapted to them. All right. The people in the area start to adapt and represent these codes, bro.
No, brother, I'm talking about the
Yes,
Trading with the Enemy Act. Who
I
is
know about
the
that.
enemy that they're trading with?
Everyone.
Okay, so if you're trading with your enemy is describing you as their enemy.
No,
How
no,
can
no,
you be
no.
walking together?
No. So trading with the enemy act is putting you under the United States control and a military act, or what they call that, um
Hey, you just said it, brother. You ain't got to change it. You
yeah,
right.
yeah, but it's another term they use it, that they said Lincoln did, what they call it, what's that military act called, bro?
The military act. You talking about the emergency banking act?
No, 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 not that one. I'm talking about where you under military occupation. What is it called? Military state and all of that. What they call that?
Martial law?
Martial law. Yeah, 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 yeah. So this was another site of implementing martial law and taking the republic. I mean, taking the republic, which would have been in representation of the judicial and the legislative, and transferring all powers over to the administrator, which would have been the president,
Okay.
and putting everyone up under martial law by trading with the enemy act, because we're using the enemy's products supposedly, and they're using
Hold
our
on.
products.
Hold on.
So
Hold on. So you're admitting
you're really moving in a treasonous identity, far as the United States is
you're
concerned. But
under not using nom de guerres, which are names of war, right?
yeah,
All of
yeah,
these different, right,
yeah.
right. So you're telling us all that the United States is enemy to the people of the land.
Oh well, Congress did apologize for that, and it took the power back and transited the power back in 1974, and then they apologized in 76. But yeah,
Okay,
um,
I
they
got
did
another.
transfer the powers, but the powers are still being enacted like it never got
Right.
transferred back.
That's right, because he said he's about to implement a draft, right? Trump is the head
Yeah,
of a corporate nation state.
yep,
So
that's
it's
how
a
they running it.
fiction. So you're about to tell the American people that you have to come fight in a war?
So about time 1974 came around, and they took back the power from the administrative and gave it back to the legislative and judicial, which was the republic identity. The it was no one in a beneficiary stance. Everyone was affiliated with, again, the policy that was written in 1917. So you have people that really don't know what that act is, but moving in accordance with it. So now it falls. You're not being conquered. You're not being what was the other word you use?
Brother, hold on, Nadi. Let's be honest, brother.
You're not, bro.
Merge.
You're
It's a
adapting,
merger.
and yeah, you're
So
merging. Yes, that's
the
what it
Libra
is. You're
code is
merging.
specifically written about enemy combatants that don't know that they have been invaded or conquered. That's what the
You talking
Libra
about the
code is.
antitrust law, Clayton Act. Bring that up. The Clayton Act, antitrust. And then we can identify who is the alien enemy.
Well, no, the alien enemy are using nom de guerres, which are names of war. Right? That's the fiction names, right? Those are nom de guerres, right?
Okay,
Well,
wait.
let me say this before we go there, because I wanted to get this about this Article of
Out of my
Confederation,
league.
right? The
No,
Article of
it's
Confederation.
not out of your league. Don't run, big dog. Don't
I'm not.
run.
I'm gonna come back to it. Don't worry about it. I coming right forward to that.
Clayton
So
Act, Clayton
yeah,
Antitrust Act of 1914. That's what you talking about, Rod?
in
Yeah.
1914. Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
All right,
that's the one
go
I'm
ahead now.
talking.
All right, I just want to
So
make sure.
you had in June 14th, 1975, you had the so-called re-established or new established United States as a nation, identified as a nation, and not just an insurance and guarantee company, but as a nation, they created a military government, which the military was just to protect the trade through the unsovereign waters that they was entering, which would have been the Mediterraneans and these such things. So they did a treaty of friendship, ones they did a treaty of friendship with, so they wouldn't get bombarded with their trade and shit. They can make it true. Now, in 1977, I think that's when they wrote the Confederate. The now, now the com- I mean the Articles of Confederation. This come afterward. Now, when it comes afterward, it's actually to make sure that the 13 states or the 13 colonies wasn't monopolizing solo in their franchise of trade, so they can overcome each other. So this is actually where the union starts. All right. And they wrote their own shit. It wasn't no Indian tribe wrote no confederate articles of confederation. It wasn't. It was strictly about business of trade between the states.
So are we under? Is the labor code still enacted? Yes or no?
Is the Libra Code still enacted?
Yes, the labor code.
Yes. Um,
So you still enemy to the United States?
but it basically it defines the rules of civilians and prisoners of war. Like it's not really just um
Oh, I
this
know. I know.
this is
It's
what I'm
hard.
trying to tell you. This
It's
is what
hard,
I'm
it's
trying to
hard
tell
when you
you.
realize, like, damn, he's right.
No.
Yeah,
What I'm trying
we
to tell
are under
what I'm
enemy
trying to tell
rule.
you. No, bro. No. You wasn't under enemy rule. It was a merger. When the motherfuckers running around identifying with tribes, because a tribe was just in a commerce of operation. That's it. They was at their port. They was running ports. They was running operations out of their port. So now when the tribes was doing these things and the tribe was identified as, all right, this whole territory, whatever comes in, we give them certain things for trading with them. We're gonna put it in our ports for commerce. So we're claiming this whole territory. Yo dumb ass, because you know how to hunt squirrels and fish and shit, and you got enough of them, you want some goddamn salt, because you ain't got no salt to add with your flavors of your food. So you go and trade with the Indian tribe, the commercial Indian tribe. They give your ass a barrel of salt. You go back to the woods where the fuck you come from with you and your people. Now they gonna go to the ports and sell out their shit to the trading companies or to the insurance companies. They identified in this. This is how they identified, and they identifying the Indian tribes and such. They're not identifying me and your dumb ass who catching squirrels and shit. Besides, we're under the territory of what the operation is being taken out in. Our dumbass want to go and claim to be part of this territory. So if you claiming to be part of this territory, you're amalgamated or merging with the United States. Your ass ain't being conquered, bro. You ain't did a goddamn thing, and your people did not fight. If you alive, your people did not fight that shit. Your people joined in. Everyone joined in, bro. Because you're running around even today, claiming to be part of this tribe, claiming to be part of that. It's the same shit. But we're not understanding the orchestration of real business, bro. We're looking at tribe like it's some type of culture thing, and it's not. It's business. So they put in their documents what they created, the Articles of Confederation. Yo, we're gonna do business with these tribes and no one else. And boom, boom, boom. We're gonna keep it in the family. We're gonna come together at some point and union together. And boom, 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 boom. We're
Let me
gonna
read
write down
something.
that we can't tax no Indians because they giving us the goddamn product to go out and make money on.
Let me read something to you real quick. I put in is the Libra code still in use? And it said no, what you said. It said it was suspended under the Geneva Convention, but the principles of it are still in effect today, which is exactly what you said. So honors to you on that. But then I went a little further, and I said, well, what is Article 44 of the Libra Code? And it says, all wanton violence committed against persons in the invaded country. That's the first sentence. Now, you are right. They took it off the books. But for what? How many years? It was established in 1863. So for 1863, the government of the United States was looking at the people as if they invaded the country.
No, bro. No.
What do you
No.
mean?
The United States was already in cooperation with the people. It wasn't invading nothing. The United States was transferring the products from the indigenous people over, trading it abroad and foreign, and bringing back certain shit that wasn't here on the land for the indigenous people. There was
Naughty, you went out. Naughty went out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna stop it right there anyway, though, Chief. I am.
Okay, no
Right
doubt.
there. Yeah, I'm about to get active. Active.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll fall back.
Hey, Chief, I am. All right, so we'll definitely.
Give me a little drink real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm about to. Yeah, I'm gonna bring Naughty back up. Y'all can finish this conversation, but then I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. You know, but we'll be back tomorrow, though. Yeah, we can be back tomorrow. I'll make sure I'm on time tomorrow.
Yeah. Open up the funnel, cause it'd be a lot of good reasoning ready to build up in here.
Yeah. For sure.
But yeah, I am. What I
Make
was
sure
trying to
the
show.
list is up here, man. Make sure he.
All right. I call him. I make sure I call him. And what I was trying to show you, it was we amalgamated with it, bro. The United States was already here on the land, not as foreigners, not as invaders, but as partnership.
That's right. What's the issue?
And they just spread it their partnership because
You
we
don't agree with
gave
that?
them authority to be on the land to do commerce. We gave them that right.
Chief, you don't agree with that?
Nah, I don't. But that's just me. I mean, you guys might
Okay.
agree with it. I don't think that niggas are in partnership with
a
rogue corporate government. No.
Okay, so let's look at it. Let's look at it from this perspective, right? Wasn't there people in the promised land at a certain point in time, which eventually led to Xerxes or Cyrus and all these people coming over into the promised land, and then taking those 10 tribes other places, and then them 10 tribes having to find their way back to America?
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. Go ahead,
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the 10
tribes. We actually was doing business. This is where those prophecies per se came in. We just talking about it, but don't hold me to it. But at that point in time, then they said they represent. They started praising all these foreign, right? These foreign entities, these foreign gods, what they would call foreign gods, which initially got them in what? They got them imprisoned, in servitude, enslaved, removed from their land, removed from who they are and their language. But at the same time, if you're dealing with the Assyrians at that time, what we was dealing with, shit, what did they take us over there for? I would say us, but those 10 tribes, they took them over there to teach them, right, the ways of life. Just paraphrasing. Am I in the ballpark? We still on the same page?
If a nation takes another nation, that's captivity, brother. If a nation takes your language, your culture, your history, your identity, and your pedigree from you, that is captivity.
But that's what Nadi was saying earlier, right? Remember when he said, if you get conquered, what do they take?
Everything.
Okay, Nadi. What you said it in a certain type of way, like, right? They take your land or something. There was something that you had said in that situation.
He's saying that they take fiduciary.
I didn't want to take it all. I didn't want to take it all away. I just want to give you another perspective.
Yeah, I've looked at it from that perspective. Listen, bro, I used to have And I still do have that mindset that, you know, it is your responsibility to become competent in all things, right? But that doesn't, if they took your culture, history, and identity and pedigree from you and gave you another, they gave you bywords, nigga, that is not a merger. That is not a partnership. That is an
But no,
that's an
but no,
export.
but no. The 10 tribes pretty much started integrating, right? Let's use our present terms of what we know during the Civil Rights Act and all this stuff. The 10 tribes integrated with these foreign nations, and then that got them conquered. Next thing you know, that the 10 tribes was actually teaching them the ways of life. They wanted to get the information from the 10 tribes. 10 tribes, what did they take? It says in the Bible that they took the best of the best to teach them. They took the scribes, they took the priests, they took everybody that they could in order for them to acquire
The
knowledge and to be able to integrate, marry, so on and so forth, to claim what? Okay, but what is the claim now in these places, right? Like they coming over here now. What is the claim? The claim is to say that they are a part or a descendant or have some right to being the chosen people, right?
The Bureau, they all in the Bureau. All our information in the Bureau, and we follow by the Bureau. The Bureau of Federal Investigation, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of this, the Bureau of that. That's
Bureau of
our
Land Management is what we really
They
we
put a
fucked
lot
up
of
on.
pretty names on it, but
The
I'm gonna call it
Bureau of
what it
Land
is.
Management is how they fucked
Captivity.
us.
I'm gonna call it what it is. Captivity.
Okay,
They put a lot of pretty names on it.
it could be captivity, but see that's a part of the Civil War conversation.
state of mind.
Was it really captivity, or was it really an agreement that actually turned into captivity? That's I
Agreement
want
that
to
went
bring it back to
wild.
Nutty. I want Nutty to go ahead. I didn't want to take over what he was saying, but I
There
had
was roles and responsibilities that we not fulfilling.
I'm just saying, was it an agreement that came into captivity? You can't say you ain't had no power and then bring power behind not having power.
Watch it. Like I said earlier, when this tribe was in operation, it said, "Yo, this land, this part over here is ours. We doing beaver. Y'all got a big thing on buffalo. That's y'all territory. So y'all deal with that when they come to trade. That's what y'all selling. You ain't gonna see us selling y'all shit. They ain't gonna see us. We ain't gonna see y'all selling our shit. No, when the United States come in and say, damn, all right, they treaty and agreement they got seems to stand on something. So let me go over and orchestrate trade with these people so we can tell them we're going to do trade for these people. And the trade game went on. So when you get one area, two area, three area, now these three areas conspiring against the one area that's not part of it. So yeah, you might see a little war between three, four tribes going concurrent with the United States going to conquer this other tribe because now the territory is spreading out and the trade of hand is moving from separatism to a union, to unified under one
Nonetheless,
operation. Huh?
Nonetheless, is here.
No, I was in the back. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, all right, go
Peace,
ahead.
Peace
Go
to the
ahead.
gods, right?
Peace, nonetheless. Peace.
Yo, peace to
Nonetheless,
the gods, right? What's up?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead, Nutty.
Darvis, bless up, Darvis, and nonetheless, bless up.
Darvis.
All
All
right.
right, go ahead. Go ahead, Nutty.
Oh, I'm done. Let them man go ahead.
Nah, I was
All
just
right.
listening.
All right, go ahead, Darvis. And then nonetheless got it.
Man, I was listening to what y'all was saying, man. It all kind of makes sense, but I'm under the understanding that we went to war basically ourselves over trade. These places y'all mentioned, such as Britain, these were Americans doing business in that land they call Brittany, and they set up corporations and named the corporations. These people that getting the goods shipped to them. And they're getting it from their family or their people. These niggas set up all those different businesses over there. What they all got in common? Most of them got ties to America somewhere. We had an issue somewhere along, I'm guessing, with the value of trade. It was basically all about trade. And behind that trade, we went to war with each other. And that really, when they say war too, man, we're going to qualify that. Because I don't think we went to war like what you see going on today, maybe in the news, but whatever. It was all like business things. Like what McDonald's go through with Burger King. I don't like to deal with job, boy. I'm dealing with somebody over there. But the people who set up these companies over there that got rich over there, they were sent there. They were sent there to set up like receiving goods, like fucking warehouses to receive and send goods back and forth. Making so much money, they start buying up things in the area and had kids. Who had kids? Who had kids? Who had kids? And they weren't just anybody. They were aristocrats over there. So the people you see coming over here, they got blood ties over here. See, the people you see going over there, they got blood ties over there. Later on, somebody try to, I think a contemporary writer start placing these nom de guerres on people. Trying to speak about history. So they start putting these names on people, and we learned these names in school and it's stuck. But if we get rid of those names, those new names the contemporary writers put on us, or our ancestors, it should have made sense then.
Yeah, we had a trust relationship and they turned it to a banking relationship.
Nigga, we were doing banking. We had to. Where you from, King? Let me ask you a little quick from there. What area you from?
Kansas City.
All right. Cool. So that's where your bloodline, like you got family land out there?
Nah, we migrated here. My mother from Louisiana, my father from Mississippi.
All right, cool. Now, between Louisiana and Mississippi, it was like a certain culture them boy had down there already. We don't want to get into the ends or philosophizing or what they call themselves, but these people were making money already.
Down there.
And they went over to the cities. If you notice, when we got in the cities, we had money. Wasn't like no bums laying on the goddamn streets. When we went to these big cities, time got hard, we went back down south. Got our shit back together, went back up north. Usually doing business. Either trying to work or set up some kind of business. That's what we were doing. In Mississippi, dog, you could have had, your family could have acres and acres of, say, corn. Just throwing something out there. But his neighbor got the same damn thing. Because that it grows better there. They ain't trading with each other. You talk about acres and acres and acres of these things that they were selling or shipping all over the fucking world. You really ain't make much money in selling corn in the United States. You got to ship that shit out. And that's how money was being made. Not only you got to ship it out, you got to set somebody up over there to set up a warehouse. You know, you got to go over there and do it yourself. Set up a warehouse somewhere that you receive these goods. And sell them or trade them out there wherever the fuck you at. And once you get that set up, you got to put somebody you trust over that. It's most likely going to be your kid. And they start doing their thing over there. People making money. They start having kids. It was looked at as wrong, but some of them boys still had kids with the locals. But they was all in lines of successions. They were the aristocrats. I mean, royal people. Somebody in a contemporary time wrote a story about it and messed it up. Say again?
We had the product. We had the trade line. We were the aristocrats. They was just the front people.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I said. That national debt belonged to the freedmen.
So who is we and who is they, Darvin? Because if we was banging with each other and somebody was able to come in and squeeze in, and are you saying that these pale people that are ruling over us, that they are our children?
All right, listen. Example. Around here where I'm living at, right? We used to do things a certain way around here. I'm young, so my grandparents. I follow what I'm saying right quick.
You gotta tell him. You gotta tell him the truth. We was all identifying in the culture of a Moorish ideology. The tribes that you're calling tribes originally were Moors,
Yeah.
royals, not tribes. They were, and so when they got transferred over, the identification of this tribe shit came from the European and the Arab Peninsula. They was already doing that tribal shit there, so they put the identity here to take over and control out of the Moorish Empire.
So the servants of the Moorish Empire, the
No,
Slavs.
no, it
No,
wasn't.
no,
It
no, no,
wasn't
no,
those.
no, no, no,
See,
no, no.
there
We're
you
not
go with
talking
the
about the
shit.
servants.
There
No,
you
like I
go
said,
with the
man, we gotta be
shit.
careful how them boys tell us history.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
we
got
the
to
same
learn how.
people.
You got to learn history,
Yeah,
bro.
No,
we the
no, no.
same people.
All
The
right,
people,
all you
yeah.
do, brother, you
Nobody
know
came and
I'm
put
fully
us on
aware
the
of the Moorish
chokehold.
Empire. I'm fully
When
aware.
our
That's not
elders
what
came back home to the land.
Right.
And then we been doing fuck shit in the land. Sometimes they had to correct some shit.
There
That's
you
why we're
go.
gonna give you an analogy. I mean, I've been in my land. When Aunt Ruth came down here, I know my grandmoms and all them boys, they had like a little falling out.
I got an auntie
And she
named
started
Annie
moving
Ruth.
differently as if she had control over everything. She was the oldest heir. There were things that been supposed to been done on the land that wasn't being done. So she had to come down here and check it.
Right.
Been down here for like about a year left.
But
So
yo,
are we
that's
still
what the
are we
United
still
States.
in control? Are we still
No,
in
yo,
control?
no, yo. The United States was only set up for them people to be brokers for international trade. That was it. They wasn't supposed to
That's
do
it.
what they supposed to been doing over here, bro. But see, y'all gotta read. Y'all gotta go back and read the Great Law of Peace, bro, because when you go to the legends of Hiawatha and what they was talking about trying to get peace between the tribes because it was too many wars over here. We was beefing over here too much. So that's where the Great Law of Peace comes in. It was the treaties between the tribes, bro. That's it. The other treaties with the United States, they didn't have any leverage or they didn't have any say so in order for us to even make treaties with them because all they was just brokers between two nations. I mean, not two nations over here, but across the
Insurance,
seas.
Yeah.
insurance carriers. That's
Yeah,
what
Insurance
they
carriers,
were.
that's
ambassadors, shit
right.
like
So
that.
you saying they
That's
were intermediaries?
they yeah they
Yeah.
was acting as no they was over there acting as negotiator like with the British Isles, France, all those European companies was over there, trying to trade with us. But see, this is what you gotta realize, and it's going on today. We was different than them. We wasn't in the business of usury and putting shit in banks and giving loans
Nope.
and all that. The shit that they do with the insurance. We wasn't familiar, so that's what
That
the
was
United.
business structure. That
Right.
wasn't
So hold
normal
on.
Yeah.
day
No,
So
hold
everyday
up.
we do that
activity.
now. We
Hold
do it
no.
now, don't we? Nonetheless,
Huh?
don't we do it right now?
We don't know. No, we don't know, bro. We don't do that. But look, listen, bro. That's why we let the United States exist to get us to broker those type of deals that we wasn't familiar with, bro. Stop making it more complicated than what it is.
I'm
We
not.
wasn't
I'm asking questions, brother. You
okay.
just said that we wasn't doing international brokerages, right?
No, what I'm saying is we wasn't doing it in that fashion. Look, when we was doing trade, we was doing trade in the fact of the like y'all said bartering. When you talk about consideration, right? You're talking about equal value for what you trade with. So if somebody gave us corn, I mean we gave corn, they gave us salt or some shit. It was even Steven. Like, okay, we gonna give you that, or we might say, well, you know what? We gonna give you this, but just later on, just look out for us if we come
And
over
that's
here,
what the fuck was
or
happening.
or
And
we
they
might
didn't
be
get
like,
paid.
right, or we might be like, you know what, y'all need something. We was giving it away, but you gotta understand that the United States made businesses out of this shit, bro. The shit that
Exactly.
because we was abundant over here. We didn't need half the shit that we had, bro. You know what I'm saying? So they was the brokers for for Europe where they was starving, in Ireland when they needed potatoes. They was getting that shit from us. You feel what I'm saying? But you gotta understand that the United States did something that they wasn't supposed to do. However,
What was that? What did they do?
This what they did. This what the
We
United
went
States
from
did.
a
No,
goddamn sole proprietor to LLC.
No, hold up. See, hold up, bro. Hold up. This what they did. This is why the Civil War went on. Because the Civil War was about trade routes. No matter what y'all thinking, it was about trade routes and fighting over the trade and all that shit. But this is where the main beef came at that they wasn't fucking supposed to do. And y'all need to remember this and build off of this right here. The United States created citizens. They wasn't supposed to have citizens. You gotta look. This is the root of our problems because that's what happened when Congress walked out. That was niggas that walked out of Congress when they were trying to create citizens. We like, hold up, fuck y'all making citizens. Y'all only supposed to be brokers for international trade. Where y'all get citizens? How y'all gonna have people that can come over here and y'all got jurisdiction over them? No, we don't agree with that shit. They were trying to push it. Congress walked out, never reconvened. Abraham Lincoln implements a state of emergency after 90 days. He creates the Libra codes. He puts us under fucking War Power Act, and they're using them same principles today when they're not supposed to have citizens. But what they did was they created entities. So now you come over to the United States. Where you from? You from France? You from England? Oh, we're going to have you as white. Now all of a sudden they can come over, lose their identity, create a new identity over in the United States because of the bullshit that we said they wasn't supposed to be doing, is having citizens, because we knew that was going to be the problem. We don't know who these people are. You know what I mean? They white. What the fuck is that? Where you from? France. They really from France. They German. They from Ireland. All of a sudden they white over here. Come on, bro. That shit didn't exist until the United States was formed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And y'all see now, and of course, if they create white, who's gonna be at the bottom? Black.
It's the same. It's the same thing as the niggas, Afro Americans or from Africa. We let one or two over here. We ain't gonna be able to tell the difference who's who. So let's just go ahead and create a whole narrative for a corporation and a corporation identity.
Nonetheless, I got one more question for you, and then I'm gonna get in my car and call in on my phone. One more question. So they use legal mechanisms to take our shit, right?
No, yo, they creating entities. It's legal. It's actually legal, bro.
I
It's
said
not
legal
like
mechanisms. Legal mechanisms.
yeah. Well, yeah. My fault. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so they took our shit. Did they take our shit?
But look, I am. That's why, bro. When you look at this has been going on. If you read the Bible, this is what they've been doing. They've been doing this shit for centuries.
Exactly.
But they see, we always the last line of defense. Even today, we the last motherfuckers to rebel against the fucking world system, bro. We always been the last motherfuckers to do shit, but they always wind up trying to bring it up. We've been fighting this shit for a minute. You know what I mean? Since they came over here, because it's two of them. You know what I mean? It's the ones that we raised. We raised them, and it's the ones that's fucking trying to take over America and fucking bring us into the world, trying to put us like them. You know what I mean? Over there in the East and shit. You know what I mean? As being ruled over.
So
I don't
did
think
they
they're trying to
take
take
our
over. They're
shit?
trying to.
Are
They're
they
doing
in
business.
control of our shit right now? Yes or no?
It's all mergers.
No, bro.
They all
Look,
mergers.
they're not controlling our shit. They're controlling their shit.
And we're under their shit, correct?
No, we're not. We're not under their shit.
So why niggas calling themselves citizens?
Nigga, that's because
hold
up.
We
That's
adapted
violent
to their
because
system.
that's a choice. They chose
Integrated.
to do that shit. They chose to be that.
So you talking about slavery by choice?
Yeah. Niggas is choosing to do that shit.
Is slavery
don't
by
have
what
choice still
enslaved
not
is.
slavery? Is slavery by choice still not slavery?
Yeah, it's a
No, that
everything.
was enslaved. That's not slavery.
What? What did you just say?
There's a difference from being enslaved and slavery. Like slavery is like a whole nother system come and they got their system going on. Then we adopt or we merge into that system or try to integrated into
agree
that
with
system, but
it.
we were
You know,
enslaved.
it's difficult. It was difficult
So
to
we
enslave
and what like
people,
you just
bro.
said, we walked out of Congress. We didn't agree with it, right? Because they were creating this citizenship, right? And they didn't have
Right,
the
right,
powers to do such a thing, right?
right,
But then
right.
over time, because their citizenry grew, right? Some of us say, you know what? I'm gonna be a fucking United States citizen, right? So now the body politic of us who had our own shit, now we're under their system. So are not we slaves in their system?
No.
What is black?
No, they're under our system, and we're acquiescing
Look,
to
bro,
what they
this is
want.
what I'm
I
trying
would
to
say
point
we're
out, bro.
wards. We're
Yo,
wards.
you gotta
You're a
remember.
ward of the state.
No,
Yeah.
bro. No, you're not, bro. Look, listen. See, this is
That's
the
what you is.
problem, bro. This is the problem. The problem is you thinking that an entity is you. It's a fiction. How can you be a fiction, bro, when you a real person, bro?
I agree
Yeah,
with
but
that.
if we agree to be called that, though, that make us that.
Yes,
Right,
If we
but
call
look,
ourselves that, then that make us that.
but you that's your choice. You can still choose
Yeah.
not to do that though.
Exactly.
You
But
see what
until
I'm
we choose
saying?
not to do it now, until we change our status, then we gonna be that. So the
No,
last thing we did on record was
don't
claiming
they
to be that.
assume
no,
and
the
presume?
status don't mean
We
anything,
manage
bro.
our status.
Yeah. Status determines everything.
No, what I'm
If you
saying
call
is,
yourself a
look,
ward of the state,
no, because look, the reason why I say that is because you can have some people can have a higher status that they don't even deserve. So you can say you this, but you can make one mistake and you're back to being a debtor. You know what I mean? You're back to an underclass citizen. You might be worse
but
off
then,
than look, it's some people that's worse off than a slave. You
yeah,
ever think of that?
of course. The slave being
You know
took
what
care
I
of.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's some people that's
there's the
worse
business to make
off
sure
than a
they got
slave,
there.
bro.
So you
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
we acquiesce to their system?
Nigga, it's our system.
No, it's not.
It's our system, King.
They
Bro, you
started this
Israelite, my
system.
nigga.
The bureau is
You
our
Israelite, my nigga.
system.
We've been doing that since back
We
in the
just
day,
not
look,
nigga.
even living up to our
it's
We was
still
out of
ancestors'
Egypt, nigga.
promises.
We was rolling with a bunch of
We don't
wards
even
too.
know
So you
yo,
guys are
this
saying because we
no,
created
this is
these
what I'm
systems
saying. This is
before,
not this is not the end all. They're still working toward the system that they want. They want the shit to be a one world system. They've been wanting. It's not there yet because they still having problems from what is already written, bro. And what the Constitution already restricts them from doing. They're trying to they're trying to usurp the entire Constitution and with the restriction. That's why they create these different agencies. You know what I mean? So therefore, they haven't accomplished what they want to accomplish yet, bro. You know what I mean? So it's not fully their system yet.
give me a percentage. Give me a percentage.
Wait. Hold on.
Come on. Walk with me nothing
Wait. Hold on.
You can't really put a percentage on it. Go ahead.
Hold on. This is why I need nonetheless come up here. Based on what he said right there, I'm with that, like 1,000.
Right.
It's not all the way there yet.
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Over
Bro.
a period of time, right? Nonetheless, they have been taking increments of how they can get into a position where they can actually get full power, knowing that they're immigrants, right? They're a nation of immigrants.
Yes.
Am I in the ballpark?
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking. That's all I need to say. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Because that's the issue that we're dealing with right now.
Right.
But it's done under a proxy. I like to use the word proxy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The proxy is that we want to create a virtual reality that's not real, and we just want you to accept it as what it is. That's the offer. This is what I'm talking about, an offer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, I understand what y'all saying.
Yeah,
but this is what I'm saying, King. It ain't a new thing. It's some shit we've been doing already. It ain't nothing new. You go to the oldest tax king, all cultures been dealing with it. There ain't no new shit. They learned the game. They played it. We forgot how to play chess. The ones that do know how to play chess, nigga, can't get through to everybody and try to teach them. There's so many different strategies in chess.
Okay, there we go, Darvis. There we go.
Yeah.
The ones that do know how to play chess, they've been blocked out, right?
Yeah.
They've been blocked out, boxed out, and been kind of shadowed and trolled. In these days and time, they call it trolling.
They got crucified in public. Same way as any other prophet did.
There you go.
So they removed the prophets. They removed
They didn't say got to remove them.
They
The culture made the way of nigga talking the way you talking, King. They gonna think you was some bullshit anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They gonna just call you
culture
crazy.
is the issue. Yeah.
They ain't got to remove you.
Okay, so all right, I'm walking with y'all. So if I answer this question then, what about the law of assumption and presumption? What about them assuming and presuming that you are a United States citizen? What about that?
Because you called yourself that.
So
and
you didn't express yourself.
I'm not saying that you called yourself anything. I'm saying coming in contact.
Hey,
with
Chief,
them,
I am. What about
Chief? Let me ask you a question, right? You know me, right? You know I'm an Israelite. You know I'm more.
Yeah.
All right, nah, but if I come to you and you ask me for my ID to get in the club, whatever the fuck, and I pass you ID, and the ID say I'm a fucking African American or black, then you can assume I'm what?
You're African American and black. The police are. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole public, the world, that's how it's supposed to.
Because we
you identify yourself as that. So we publicly identify ourselves as that, though, King. Then we that.
And you claim it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
There's enough information out here that we all as adults can go back and correct these couple of little contracts to make us this thing.
All right, so
and you can do that, or you can learn how to work within the system. It's like I said, like chess.
Okay, so
there's more in the system that's still making it.
Okay, but look at it like this too, Chief. I am. Okay, so the bottom line is, if we, you're talking about, if, let me just say it like this, because I lost my thought. But if you take it to a place where damn it, I lost it. Go ahead. Y'all got it. God damn, I'm gonna get it back. Go ahead.
Say that again. Anytime my phone rang, I had to go on mute. My bad. Say that one more time.
Okay, good. That's great. That's great. You didn't hear the shit I said. That's good. All right. So under the circumstances, what did you say? What was your point? So I can get back on topic. Remember this?
We're talking about
we talk about citizens.
Yeah, he was saying that we are what they say we are. We citizens, they're gonna assume or presume that you are.
Yeah, that's what they do. They come with that, right? The courts have a mandate. They automatically presume and assume that you are a 14th Amendment citizen.
Right, but it's still
the majority of you do identify as such.
But you got to understand it. There's consequences to that, though. But they doing it at a risk.
Policy enforcers, so they don't know who you are. So once they
they don't. Yeah, exactly. They don't know who you are until you hold in something on their insular possessions, which is some type of identification that they own that you have in their possession. Right. I mean, in your possession. Then the assumption is over. But at the same time, you have to prove that you are not a fictional piece of paper.
Exactly.
So this is what
and
I
if you don't prove it,
this is what I told
or
legal
back
in the day. He said that the whole purpose of the attorney's office is to establish minimum contacts. That's all they're doing in the background. When they hold you on that 72-hour hold, they're verifying that you have these contacts.
Right. Yeah. But you have to prove that you are the controller of those items.
Okay. And that goes back to what Nadi was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. You rapping though. This is dope. Man. All praises to you brothers, man. All praises to the Most High. But yeah, you niggas is doing your thing tonight. That's dope.
Yeah, we belong to the Most High, not no damn no citizen, nigga.
Exactly. Right. And the crazy thing about it, man, if you study these ancient books, man, those ancient writings, everybody been going through the same shit around this time back in history. It ain't nothing new. Everything we going through, we done been through.
Exactly.
Right. What we got to do to learn from because we started this shit, gang. This law. You can find it. You can find it in any book.
right.
Yeah, you can try not to accept it or whatever the fuck, or maybe it don't apply to me, or maybe I don't have to use it because I don't feel like going through all that studying. Well, I don't understand this nigga that's so far advanced, he can't explain it to me right. Well, I can understand now. So I don't know nothing about it. And my man do.
Right. All right. So, Chief, I am. Now, I know what you're saying. I know what your point is. But I know the aspect of the, how do I say this? Is kind of being extreme. But what I think the one thing that you're missing is that I think we all agree with you. I think we agree with you, but the aspect of the agreement goes into a different direction. Not being extreme is accepting it as it is, but being able to get in control. Now, I say this. Under the circumstances, because that's why I want nonetheless up here, right? Jarvis pretty much laid it out too as well. It's common sense what we're dealing with. It's common sense. We still have control. We still have a full understanding of what's taking place. And it's not outside of our reach to be able to bring it back and be able to still enjoy the greatest part of ourselves that we can and take care of our families, even within all the chaos. See what I'm saying?
Hey, man, that's dope. And I'll quote it again. Isaiah 14:28, man. When hell you are in agreement, you said it will pass over you and you will not be affected, and it will. It's on your ass. Now, you're right. Can we live it up in this bitch? Yeah, but I would say this, even greater. There's another live going on right now. Anton, you're finna end. If we all went over there and we were in agreement that the citizen, you're being in agreement or not even so much complying, right? Maybe that's the wrong word. Maybe that's too extreme, right? By partaking in the citizenry of the United States, you're in essence usurping your own authority.
Yeah. Now,
so how about we go over the smoke channel? We tell them 193 people that shit.
Okay, but look at it like from this perspective, right?
That goes back to what I was saying earlier.
And guess what's gonna happen when we get over there and say that?
Hey,
Aton?
Yeah, I got,
full of shit.
I got you, Doris. See, but here's the thing, right? This is where the communication gets confused. And this is where a lot of people don't want to mess with a lot of people. This is why there's 190 over there and it's only a certain amount of people over here, because people flock to that. I mean, because people want to be confused. That don't mean that I'm not going to go over there. I'm going to support them, but guess what? They're not going to support me. It don't mean shit to me. I'm still going to support them because guess what? I'm in a position of power. Now, even in what we're dealing with at this point in time, with what you're saying is if you think we're agreeing to United States citizenship, we're not. If you have everything corrected and you have control, you are in power. It's a fiction. We pretty much laid it all out. Nadi, Rod, Darvis, nonetheless, I put up this information, I showed it, I presented it. You know that all this stuff is a fiction. It's a figment of your imagination. Do you agree or do you not agree? That's the question. Can you get within it and be without it? That's another question. You see what I'm saying?
The most important one, too.
I mean, but at the end of the day, you can still have power, Chief I.M. You can still have power within that. Everybody has had an instance where somebody within this system is pretty much either been unalived, either serving football numbers, either somebody have served some numbers, got out, you know, been in this whole situation, didn't know what they have, but I know at the end of the day, the strong ones survive and it changed their life. And they don't mind talking about it. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is. What we're going to show up here is we're going to put that information in their face, and they're going to sit there and say, no, it ain't real. So you telling me that all these codes, acts, and laws, and Constitution, and Bill of Rights, and all this shit ain't real? Okay. But I know I'm real. Now, outside of that, I'm going to put a period on that. Because at the end of the day, this is what we need to be. And when we talking about this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Well, this is how we need to talk about it. We can't be a victim. We can't fearmonger. We can't be victims in this whole situation. Because at the end of the day, look, I'm 50-something, man, today. I'm about to have a good time, about to hang out with my brothers and my sisters, and we about to hang out and chill, have a good time. My son about to take me out to dinner, and we about to go hang out, and then I'm gonna hit there, and I'm gonna hit there, and I'm gonna chill, man. I'm good. You see what I'm saying? Now, what I want,
no doubt, man. Appreciate the conversation. I'm gonna go on my phone and listen until y'all close out.
No, Chief, I am.
Yes, sir.
You gonna start before you leave. I want you to close out because I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I think we all agree. I think this is very good. I think everything is good. I appreciate you hitting me up. We talking, and we gonna talk. I'm gonna bug the shit out of you, man. We gonna parlay this shit. So, hey, man, go ahead and get it off, man.
Nah, I mean, I agree with you, brothers. I mean, there's nothing to disagree about. Actually, I just feel like it's not even feel. I know that we're outnumbered drastically. You know what I mean? And you can't reason with the unlearned. You know, wisdom flees from the unlearned, right? And we should make wisdom our foundation. You know, we should cloak ourselves in it. But we're dealing with people who, man, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah. The most High talked to you right there. That I made you pause, right? That's good.
I don't even want to talk about
it. Yeah, exactly. It's good to pause right there. But what I'm gonna say to you is this, right? Is that Nadi, Darvis, they actually can tell you. I don't know if Rob was there. They can tell you what I did. I put a stamp on it. See what I'm saying? I went into the lion's den, came out unscathed. I whooped ass and took names. But you know what? I'm not bragging about it. It's nothing to me because I do this every day. This is a part of my life. A lot of people just talking about it. They ain't about that shit. Real talk. When I talk to Nadia and I talk to Nonetheless, I talk to you, I hear Darvis speaking. I hear Rod. I hear conviction. I hear motherfucking, I'm serious about this. This is what I do every day. I live this. A lot of people just talking about it. But I'm not going to sit here and take a bullshit ass victory as if it means something to me because I do it every day. It was just something that I need to do, and the Most High gave it to me, and I took advantage of it. It don't mean nothing. But it's not a big deal. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Aton, I think when you had that victory showed that it's more people that's not seen, that's educated than we know. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to know some shit in order for you to really vote in your favor. You know what I mean? Because the shit it's really you gotta be a researcher. You gotta really know this shit, man. So I was like, damn, there's motherfuckers out there that know what the fuck, you know what I mean, you talking about, bro, and that's real, that's really educated, bro. But they quiet, you know what I'm saying? They silent. They just watching.
That's
and
right.
they're the ones that voted for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was like, dang, there's some people out there that know that shit. You know what I mean?
I did the same thing. Nonetheless, I was surprised.
Yeah,
really, I was surprised. I was like, okay, I knew I was gonna win, And I had a couple people hit me up like, nigga, you said what you was gonna do and you did it and you won.
I'm
Motherfuckers
surprised.
couldn't
Hey,
motherfuckers
Tom,
couldn't even believe that shit. I was
I
like,
ain't
man.
gonna lie to you. I thought you wasn't. And I didn't watch it live because I didn't even, you know why I didn't want to watch? I was like, man, I ain't gonna watch that girl beat him, man, because these niggas dumb out here. You know what I mean? I was like, I ain't even want to watch. I took me like I ain't see it till a week later, and I was like, oh shit, yo, that nigga. I was like, okay. It gave me confidence in the community to know that it's actually people that know what they talking about, that know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? That we don't hear.
Yeah.
You see
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
it was like it was like the simple fact that I sat up there, and you guys know
What
nobody
are you
knew
talking about?
me.
That Dulcinea thing?
Yeah, the Dulcinea thing. I didn't want
Yeah.
to say a name. I didn't want to say no names.
Yeah, I was proud of you, man. You
Yeah.
throw that
I didn't know
ass
I
up.
called him, yo. I was like, oh shit, yo, the HR man. I was like, I can't believe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
throw that
mean,
ass up. And then the point she was using was hanging her own neck. So it's like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But
I
good
mean,
job, though.
I mean, but at the end of the day, it was like I saw everything kind of flowing because it was pretty much a call. Do you really believe in what you say, or are you just going along with the Joneses? Are you just going along with this and that, and the other? And really, when you debate, right? This is the whole thing. I mean, I debated real life, like debated, like major motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? If you understand how to debate, it's about knowledge. What that showed right there, that a lot of people in that chat had knowledge, and it showed that this is why a lot of people don't come up on the panel because they want to sit back and watch. When I got out there and I did what I did, my only thing was to get the information out that there was actually indigenous people. And if you actually pay attention to what I did in the thing, I never mentioned an Indian outside of the Indian Commerce Clause and Indian not taxed. I was talking about indigenous people. Never mentioned that. But a lot of people really get into this conversation about something that really they can't substantiate. Can't substantiate. The assumption and presumptions is outstanding. It's really outstanding. But that's why I was saying, what Chief I Am is saying, it's sometimes we got to take it, as it is, and then be able to, express that information out, man. It was just something that I didn't even think I was gonna win. Look, Naughty, none. I didn't think I was gonna win that shit either. I really didn't. I was surprised that
Man,
I
listen, bro. Based on the goddamn subject matter, man, I said, man, ain't no way in the hell you can lose that. If you'd have lost that right
Yeah,
there,
I
I
thought
mean,
you were
nigga
gonna
just
win.
was not, ain't ready for that
I knew
information
you
yet.
were gonna win.
Word. Yeah, would have bought that many goddamn tickets, nigga. I ain't think
But
you
she
were gonna
did a
win.
good job too. It was very insightful.
But
It
Insightful.
was
this
entertainment at the
is
same
where we
time,
get in.
educational.
This is where we get into the.
That was making
And
it to the stage.
that's why when people was bringing that shit up, I was like, I ain't talking about that shit. That shit in the past. I said, man, she's younger than my son, my oldest son. I mean, I got 4 children older than her. So why would I need to try to feel like I'm better than her? And then, she was prepped up to do that. And she actually took that debate. I was like, God damn, you really gonna take this debate? If you
Yeah,
take this debate,
that was
you
tough.
pretty
You
much
definitely took
saying
that.
that you pretty much saying that. I said, you gonna take this debate? Really? Man, I'm gonna tear your ass out. Like you see, and the other thing, when I was listening to the lives, like, I was sitting in the back and I was like sitting in the bushes and I was looking at these people talking, and I was like, it was like, this nigga ain't gonna even show up. I guarantee this nigga don't show up. I said, what? I said, y'all really think I ain't gonna show up? They was all on the fact that I wasn't even gonna show up. I said, y'all niggas crazy. Nigga, my name is Mud after that. What? Nah. All right, y'all. I'm about to shut it down. Hey, everybody,
Yeah, but see,
let's get it.
all right, before you do that, you gave it to her for free. I was trying to get 5 bands up out of that ass.
Man, they
Goddamn.
wouldn't turn. They kept turning down the money. They got to put 1,000 on the table. They kept turning down the
I was
money.
trying to eat off of some dummies. Goddamn.
Yeah, they look. I guarantee you, if money was, I don't know why they didn't take the offer. I ain't, and the one thing is, I didn't understand why the men wouldn't step up and take the fade forward. I don't know why they
Sharper
didn't
than most of them.
that shit. I don't know why they didn't do
Listen,
that.
man, you gotta be honest now. Dulce's sharper than a lot of niggas she be around. But she got her certain field that she's sharpened, just like anybody, know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm
Within
not
inside
taking.
her area,
I'm
know
not
what I mean,
taking
she's
that.
sharp.
I'm not.
She a
No,
hell
I'm
of a
not.
researcher. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong,
I'm
know
not.
what I mean?
Hold her own.
I'm not taking
Yeah.
that from her. I'm not taking that from her.
Yeah, so but the men to be around her mainly learning from her.
That part.
That's the problem.
That part. Now, this is the one thing that I'm not gonna take from. I'm not taking that from her. I mean, but you know, when trolling go wrong, Darvis, it should just go wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit go wrong. Like, what are you here for? You here to get it off, or are you here to just act like you know something? Like, I don't know every goddamn thing, but the bottom line is, if you talking to the subject matter, and I would debate a subject matter I don't even believe in, and I will win. It's just a simple fact of how you present. But you know, they.
Well, good night, fellas. I'll let you guys tomorrow.
All right,
Peace.
Jim. Hey,
All right,
anybody
bro.
else?
Peace to the gods, y'all. I'm great roll too.
All right, my brothers.
All right.
Hey, appreciate y'all coming up here. We're gonna close it out. And we're gonna close him out. Oh, dude. Oh, what's up, man? You didn't came late? Hey, man, I'm gonna make sure I hit you up when I'm going live. All right. So yeah, we're gonna get this going. At the end of the day, you know, it's all love to everybody. I ain't never gonna sit here and brag and boast about something that I do every day. I'm not gonna do that. You know, at the end of the day, we want the brothers to come up, the sisters to come up. You know, let's build on it. Let's get it right.
Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oath with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I ought to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit a rocket, then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, subtracting in chunks, reacting to action, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sobbing living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke, you still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me, weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.
Yeah, I can get your land back. Yeah, I can discharge your debt. You gotta live by 5 principles before we just connect. Cause you could pose as my friend and then really be the threat. Like Brutus v. Julius to the dudes that killed Malcolm X.
Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out of my pocket, nigga! Get your hand out of my pocket! Get your hand out! Brother, please.
Y'all think getting remedies important. We make your lawyers lose their indemnity insurance. King Chameleon, private, I don't wanna be popular. Grandpapa, Hunk Papa, Mama Black Mafia. Yeah, we them big owners holding rank. You call Rocket Lawyer, I call the owner of the bank. He in the private at the temple, like Ginobili in the paint. And we got 3 militaries, we might be rolling in some tanks. While you balancing with a check gross, going to work for debt notes. Overtime all your life paying mortgages, then you left broke. Damn. Shout out to Mayweather, who's obviously woke. He settled $18 million with a promissory note. I'm not your corporation's chattel, this world gotta be a joke. Blind leading the blind, so we never gonna see.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Everybody fake woke while the president asleep. So I introvert myself cause it's evident to me. No one saves us but us. Buddha said it in BC. No title deeds and just reference the evidence to me. Man, you don't own it, you a tenant and it says it on your deed. You said with a sign but didn't take the time to even read. There's gotta be an idiocracy. They call you crazy as Kanye just for thinking logically. 2 million nationals backing us to stop who ain't stopping me. For instance, when Columbus came over here, they admitted Native Americans was already dead. But if our kids take a test on who discovered land we on, and you say Native Americans, you get the question wrong. Don't lie to us, you are just a colonist. Can't hide the truth. We got all the proof from the anthropologists. We know the system now, it's time to get up out of it. But it's our fault, because we fought so hard to be a part of it.
Now, I will never say that progress is being made. You stick